It's the whatever ever episode. It's the first one in I think like 3 weeks because I've been in Ukraine filming. I hope you're all doing well, and I appreciate every single one of you taking time out of your Friday night to be here. As always, I'm going to have you all introduce yourselves, and then we'll go into the rules. We're going to start in the bottom right-hand corner with Turk.
Hey, I'm Turk. I do science and tech here on Twitch as well as YouTube. I just came back from DreamHack Dallas where I interviewed a bunch of different esports gamers. So if you'd like to talk about PC hardware, technology, and that sort of things,
gamers,
you can follow me over there at the Turk, and follow my Twitter because I have some pretty good takes.
That's guy.
Fantastic. Now it's going to throw it over to Preacher.
He's the Preacher Man!
How you doing? Preacher570 here on Twitch and probably everywhere else, but I really just do everything here. I don't use other platforms really that much anymore except for to drive people to Twitch. Constitutional conservative. I have a stream Monday through Friday doing... I do politics, I do history, I do faith-based stuff. I do a little bit of everything, so if you want to follow me over there, it's Preacher570. Thanks a lot. And thanks for having me on here. I appreciate it.
Happy to have you. Now throwing it over to Lonerbox.
Hi, I'm Lonerbox. I make lefty video essays and sometimes stream on Twitch.
Fantastic. Now throw it over to Kevin.
I'm Kevin Logan. I'm the best leftist streamer you've never heard of. You can find me at KFLogan1875 on Twitch or on various social media, being awesome.
Fantastic. And throw it over to Fabian.
Yes, so I am Scott from Fabian Liberty. We're an anarcho-capitalist duo stream. We do some philosophy readings. Occasionally we do some gaming and stuff, but mostly just political analysis.
By philosophy,
occasional bit of journalism,
it's
or if you can call it that.
Ayn Rand. Let's be honest.
But recently for Pride Month, we've been doing a lot
Ayn
of really great interviews. So that has been a ton of fun. We interviewed Buck Angel. We interviewed a D-trans male.
Oh, wankers.
We interviewed Amy Eileen Ham from the Post Millennial, who's a radical TERF that's gotten into a bunch of stuff with Jessica and Eve and all of that stuff. And this coming Thursday, we'll be interviewing Brian McWilliams from Lions of Liberty. If you're a hardcore libertarian, you know who that is. And if you're not, you probably don't. But if you want to learn more about libertarianism and anarcho-capitalism, come check us out.
I just don't.
Biggs.
Yeah, I'm Biggs. You can find me mostly on Twitter these days at Biggs8500. Kind of like a right-leaning libertarian conservative, but I'm just mainly just a normal guy. Got a family, do the family things, but I just want to thank you guys all for having me, and looking forward to a good panel.
And Ashton Mack.
Hey, my name is Aston. You can find me over at Aston Mac TV on Twitch. I mainly focus on political analysts. I'm obviously a leftist. I also mainly stream Praxis. So like for today, for example, today we opened a resilience hub where we'll be tracking not only disaster relief, being able to do disaster relief, but doing a community gardening where we can feed the hungry, shelter some of the homeless, and track the data of the community and help with that sort of thing. So if you want to know how you can become in your community and give back and do things that will actually like change the material conditions on the ground, check out my stream. I'll try to help.
Fantastic. So Maddie's still not here, so we're just gonna have to go on without her. Now let me quickly name some of the rules. First rule, of course, is to not talk when I'm talking. I'm not talking because I want to shut you down or say my political opinion. I'm just here to moderate. But if I'm too low, you got to turn up my mic volume in order to hear me when I speak. That's a really hard rule. I reserve the right to mute anybody at any time. There will be nothing done here that is against Twitch terms of service. You will not attack anybody's immutable characteristics. You use people's proper pronouns. You will have to abide by the intro and outro rule, which means when somebody's introducing a topic or exiting a topic during the intro and outro segments, you don't interrupt other people. That's an uninterruptible time period. And besides that, I think that's all the rules. If you're finding it difficult to get into a discussion, you can always raise your hand. Please use that as a last resort, not a first resort. I'll write your name down, and eventually, now this is very important, and people forget this so quickly, eventually, I'll bring the conversation over to you. But don't feel like because you raised your hand, you have the rights to the next speaking slot, because I do want the conversation to go and flow naturally as much as possible. But if it doesn't, I will shut it down and just have people basically go in a circle expressing their thoughts and feelings, okay? Does anybody have any questions? Okay, Fantastic. So we're going to go into the first topic, which has to do with drag queens and children's entertainment. Recently, there's been a lot of controversy around drag and children, specifically about the drag queen story hour, a lot of children's drag events, and so a lot of people have been expressing outrage at certain drag events being hosted. And so my question is, do you think it could be appropriate for drag and children to be in the same area? Basically, is drag ever appropriate for children? I'm going to throw this over first to Kevin Logan. Just go straight in the middle.
Yes, I would say that it's perfectly fine for drag to be in the vicinity of children. It's essentially people doing dress up. Now, of course, there are activities within that can be inappropriate, but that's on a kind of case-by-case basis, based on what they actually do, what their act is, how they engage with the children, etc. The idea that this is somehow some existential threat to children is absolutely ridiculous. This is drummed up fear, culture war bullshit, which is probably going to get people killed, I think. Stochastic terrorism is very much the goal of certain people, it seems. They want to essentially George Tiller some drag queens, which is pretty fucking gross. It's hypocritical in the extreme, given that the people pushing this as an issue tend to be in support of people like Donald Trump, who was very big friends with the late Mr. Epstein, who were happy to support Roy Moore or Matt Gaetz or any number of other conservative pedophiles. Frankly, the idea that we should take this seriously from people who, frankly, have no real care for the livelihoods of children or the well-being of children, given everything about what they do, is absurd. And look, how many drag queens have abused children? As far as I'm aware, 0. How many priests have abused children? An uncountable number. Millions of cases around the world. Are we in favour of shutting churches down on the basis of that? No, I don't think anyone is. It's an absurd, drummed up culture war, load of old bullshit.
Preacher.
Yeah, as far as a drag queen themselves being around children, I don't see any issue with that. Why should there be? They're just another person. If you're talking about the drag show, they've been having drag shows for friggin' forever. I've never actually been to one. I have friends who used to go to them all the time, and yeah, they were sexual dances, but they were always adults, usually in a bar setting or something like that. So, no big deal. Now, should children be a part of that? No, but they shouldn't be a part of a go-go show either. Like, children shouldn't be around sexualized anything. If you're talking about just the drag queens themselves, they're just people. Are they men dressed as women? Sure. Life goes on. They're still just people. No big deal. But if you're talking about them being around the show, absolutely not. And I'm not saying that the show is even anything bad, amongst adults. Hey, do what you do. I don't care. But yeah, children should not be about that.
Maddie?
Yeah, this entire discourse was started by a few right-wing influencers like Libs of TikTok and a few others, because every year they like to pick a different trans-adjacent thing or gay-adjacent thing or just something that's LGBTQ+, to demonize. It's their fun, new pride activity. And this year it just so happens to be children at drag shows. And like with a lot of things, the conservatives are using the facade of protecting the children. Well, we're just concerned about the children. We don't want to expose them to something hypersexualized that's inappropriate. But they don't seem to exhibit that same concern when children are at Comic-Con around people who are scantily clad and taking pictures with cosplayers. They don't seem to exhibit that same concern if a kid is going to an NFL game and watches the Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders wearing basically bikinis, doing a sexually provocative dance. It only seems to be a problem when the sexualization is something that deviates from what is considered heteronormative. It really only seems to be a problem when it's done by people who aren't cis, straight, white, like within the vision of cis, straight, white males. So, no, I don't think that drag shows are a problem for kids. If you think that, kids are, there's like a lot of other art forms, there are different types of drag. So, not every drag queen is going to be this hypersexualized whatever. There are a lot that are campy, that are more fun. Even if you ask them, they themselves would describe themselves more as a clown than as like a stripper or anything that's like related to sexuality. And I guess I'll end on this note because there's a lot to talk about here. I think a lot of this stems from the conservative men's inability to separate out gender identity and presentation versus sexual orientation. They are two completely different things. So just because someone is cosplaying as a gender and create a character around that, that in itself is not inherently sexual. And it's really dangerous to suggest that it is or treat it as such, because you're really just playing into the playbook of the GOP, of far-right extremists who want to demonize trans people, want to demonize gay people. And this is just a convenient way for them to reinvigorate gay panic.
Turk?
Yeah, so you'll have to forgive me. I thought this was going to be the second topic when my kids would be asleep, so I'm going to have to tiptoe around things a little bit. I would say that I see this as two different issues, and I would like to have a very constructive conversation rather than just yell at each other tonight.
What a fucking
I completely see
tool.
where Maddie's coming from, where some places it's okay to do certain things, and people should be allowed to bring their kids to certain places because that's what the parents want to do, and it's the parents' decision to do that. And it's like, I can respect that, and I think as a conservative libertarian type of feeling, that should be consistent. But on the other hand,
is that better?
It's just not socially acceptable at the moment. And I think by people trying to normalize this sort of behavior under the guise of it being family friendly or some other PC term, while actually looking past
political
some of the different
correctness just
instances.
means anything.
Look, Kevin, I've got an example. It was the second click on a Google search of where this type of behavior goes against what y'all are trying to push, that it's in fact family friendly. And I want to rebut some of Dylan's own personal standpoints on this.
Okay.
The fact that there's people and instances that refute y'all's standpoints and spit right in the face of your standpoints. I think y'all need to own it and work with it, or try and pivot and do some mental gymnastics on that.
I do like gymnastics. They're fun. Gonna throw it over to Fabian.
Yeah, so this is a culture war issue.
Get ready for some bigotry.
But the culture war exists. And it exists for a reason, because our culture is under attack. Now, what you're going to hear is bigotry, a lot of left-wingers engage in nothing but whataboutism, right? Try and say, oh, well, you guys are all in this group, and this group collectively all supported this other form of sexualization. Therefore, we can normalize sexualization of children and normalize, things that are not appropriate to do around kids and stuff like that. It's really, I think, disingenuous and bad faith, because they know that they don't have an argument. Because the simple fact of the matter is that no matter how much whataboutism you can do and try and claim that, like, I'm okay with kids being at Hooters or at Comic-Con, which I'm fucking not, drag is inherently sexual. The reason drag is inherently sexual is because the entire point of drag, we can separate the history of, the LGBT community being forced into bars and burlesque shows and things like that in illegal, kind of illicit places because they were ostracized and oppressed. We can separate away that. We can separate the history of, like, minstrel shows and the deep racism of drag, right? Like, there's no real need to look at all that. We can just look at the present. And the representation of drag is the over-sexualization of the feminine form. That is what it is. It is ostentatious, over-the-top makeup. It is padding of large breasts. It is showing off secondary sexual characteristics such as the ass. It is attempting to be a sexual experience, even when it is done tastefully so. And of course, many of these events that children are at are not done tastefully so. So my first argument is that it is sexualized.
Oh, he was making an
and it is wrong
argument.
for that and that itself. The second argument that I would have is that there is a greater context of the aforementioned culture war, which is when you are presenting young children with gender bending philosophy, performatively done in drag queen story hour or in pride events and things of that nature, at a time when school systems are engaging in the indoctrination of children, at a time when the AMA and the APA are so deeply corrupted with gender affirming care, and children are being abused by the system and the state and by this cultural movement to force them into socially transitioning and to push them away from their parents. And it's going to lead to a lot of suicides. It's going to kill a lot of children. It's going to have a lot of undealt with trauma. And it's also leading to really bad pseudoscience and a crippled medical system that's unable to actually help people that do struggle with gender identity gender identity disorder or gender dysphoria, whichever you choose. So I mean, I think there's two conversations there. A, drag is inherently sexual, and I don't see the argument against that with whataboutisms. And B, the larger context is exposing children to gender bending philosophy performatively done as a means of indoctrinating them so that you can kill more trans kids and so that you can kill more trans people is unethical and wrong, and you should be ashamed of yourself for supporting it. And it's no surprise that the people that support it don't actually have children, or they aborted them.
I'm just going to assume that if you're against drag, then you're against everything else that you consider sexual, like Hooters and all that. I can just talk about drag. Yeah, the main question, I suppose, that would be most valuable is whether or not drag is inherently sexual. I've been to quite a few drag shows. I've got one person that I call like a friend who does drag. A lot of it's very sexual in bars and all that. The question is the act itself inherently sexual? It's just not. Drag, first of all, came out of necessity, where there was like Shakespearean actors dressing up as women and overplaying feminine characteristics, whether it was what we've been doing in the last 100 years, is we've been taking kids to pantomime, where men will dress up as women and exaggerate sexual characteristics with no objection from anyone, and rightly so. That's kind of why I think if you look through Twitter long enough, you can find a few niche incidents where there is an overlap, like where a drag artist will be sexual drag in front of kids. And the reason you have to cling on to niche incidents is that drag artists know what they're doing. Even ones who, like the one I know, who works in bars and does shows for younger people, they have different acts. They have a different act that's very sexual for adults and one that's not for kids. I don't really know if Shakespearean actors were imposing gender bending philosophy to kids. They did do that, though, that men played women. They did it in pantomime as well. Yeah, we can just focus on the act. Drag is not inherently sexual. Sometimes people will fuck up, but no, it's not really a indictment on drag itself.
Biggs?
Yeah, so as far as I'm concerned, I think people should be able to do what the hell they want to do, honestly. But I don't like it when it's put in the public sphere. We've seen a few things just recently with the pride parades and stuff like that, where there was actually people like committing actual like sexual crimes by exposing themselves and things like that. I think those types of things are the things that make all drag kind of take a bad rap. I grew up in a household where I'm actually named after my two gay uncles. I have a lesbian aunt, so I was very much involved in the LGBTQ community from a very young age.
Oh wow! Okay.
My uncle died of AIDS,
know that.
so my grandma had a square on the AIDS quilt, stuff like that. But one thing that I always found, from my point of view, is we try to treat everybody with respect, regardless of their orientation or anything like that, whatever makes them different. But when people put that into the public sphere, that's when I think it becomes.
Oh, we're close to a hype train, everyone.
When we have
the hype train go these, you know what to do.
Drag story hours with kids.
I'll read messages and stuff
venues.
afterwards.
I think that's a little bit.
Or if there's like a break at some point. I don't know.
And I think that. Even when we have pride parades and stuff like that, I'm fine with people celebrating their beliefs and their orientations and their however they want to express themselves. But once you take it to a point where we're actually doing things that would under any other circumstances be deemed crimes, that's when I think that we shouldn't give these people a pass just because it's Pride Month or just because it's a pride parade or whatever. But again, I want people to do whatever they want. I don't want people to force this down the public sector. But again, I think that's
we are on a hype train.
Aston,
the hype train is going, people. Choo choo, choo choo.
All right. Let's do this. Yeah, this is kind of a silly talk. Overall, one of the issues that I find when talking to conservatives about this is their inability to substantiate any form of harm that's actually happening. We have copious amounts of data to the exposure of children to the LGBTQ community. They do not suffer cognitively, socially. They're not more likely to be gender nonconforming, nothing of the like, right? Not only that, but I'll even bite the bullet. You want to call drag sexual? Sure. I think that's just because you're probably either sexualize everybody you see, or you're just into drag queens, which is cool. We don't kink shame around here. But even with it being sexual in nature, you have to substantiate the harm. You have to show that this act these specific types of sexualized acts are somehow harmful to children, which we don't have any information for. I always find it really strange that for something that is so universally condemned by especially the conservative side, that we don't have copious amounts of data of the long-term harm of these types of things. Because it doesn't exist. If it did, they'd all flock to it, right? Again, I don't think there's really much else to kind of say on it. There's no harm done. You just don't like gay people and you think they're weird. That's why it's okay to be respectful for them until it's in the public eye. Right? Until it's socially out there, until we can see it publicly, until I actually have to deal with it and confront with it, it's okay to respect them. That, if you can't hear the bigotry in that, I don't know what else to say. Like many other people have said, this isn't a whataboutism when we talk about Christianity, for example. This is actually a statement of fact. Christianity harms way more children per capita. Christianity grooms more pedophiles per capita. We don't talk about shutting down Christianity. We don't talk about shutting down all the other things. You guys are hyper fixating on the most minuscule amount of harm. Why? You have to ask yourself, why are you choosing this target? Because you don't like gay people. You think they're weird. You think they're socially abnormal. So you're going to find any reason our little monkey brains can come up with, our little pattern finders to disqualify them from access to society. Listen, let them do drag. I say let them eat cake, let them do drag. Let's go.
Puggies.
Okay. For the next topics, I'm going to try to see if I can make the opening statement shorter so we can get into the open dialogue quicker. And so for the next topic, just remind me if I forget, 30-second limit for the next topic, openers and closers. Okay. Anybody want to start us off?
I'll start it off because every single person I heard that is for children going to drag, their response is, well, if you don't like this, it's because you hate. Nobody hates. I didn't hear anybody in here say anything about hating anybody. Actually, nobody even said drag is a bad thing. We just said children. And as far as a conservative, I don't think children should be at Hooters. I don't think children should be at Comic-Con. And children going to a football game are going to a football game. There happen to be cheerleaders there. Big difference. But to sit there and say, listen, drag, and again, I have nothing against drag. Drag is, it's an art form. But it's a sexual art form. It's a burlesque show. So, no, children don't need to be there. And the reason people are pissed off is because they're seeing videos of children, and it may only be one, but how many do we need to have before we draw a line where there is someone in drag dancing as a stripper and the child's putting money into their G-string?
Can I just clarify? I think you're talking specifically about the case in...
street performers.
Am I still... Sorry. Yeah, the case you're thinking of is one in Dallas. That wasn't a drag act. It wasn't a trans person. That was actually a cis woman who was a stripper. That's a different issue.
You want to go to the question?
Wait. Let me jump in here because I just want to kind of note that the first thing that they did wasn't to actually substantiate the harm. They never actually said what the harm was, if that was actually considered a sex act. You just immediately moved to disqualify. We're not talking about, when you say that we're saying that you hate, the hate doesn't come from, and I know you need a level of awareness, like self-awareness and emotional maturity to kind of confront this. But the idea is why are
you wait. Okay. So we're gonna let Aston finish, and then Preacher, you can respond if you think he was talking to you inappropriately in some manner.
Hey, so the point here is, again, it's the assign. Why are you choosing to go after something that doesn't have negative outcomes? If you look into any of the outcomes for this interaction, you'll see there is no data that shows any harm done. You've never looked at it because you already assumed that the harm was going to be done, and you have to ask yourself, why did your brain do that? Why? And that's what we mean when we say that you have a bias. I don't like using the word
whenever you're a
hate
good
because
preacher,
I do think that hate's a little strong,
answer
but
that
we can't say
bullshit
that there's
claim.
a bias.
I'll
What was
say,
that?
I'll tell you this. Yes, you were being disrespectful, talking to me about you got to educate me. All right, don't talk down to me. We can have an adult conversation here. Excuse me, let me go. Let me go now. Let me go now. You had your run. Now let me go.
I know you have to lie about me to make your point, but that's fine.
Okay, finish.
Anyway, the point is, yes, anything sexual around children is bad. I don't think we need to go out and make this like concrete evidence with a friggin' video camera. It should be obvious. Anything sexual around children, bad. I mean, that's
Is any
simple.
dance performance sexual? Because the variance of types of drag shows is just as rich and broad as different types of dance. Do you think it's sexual to bring kids to a ballet?
Don't compare.
I'm asking you.
Don't compare ballet to drag.
Wait. Okay, it's getting off the rails very quickly. Preacher, I want to give you an opportunity to respond to that. Turk,
I'm not even going to respond. That doesn't even deserve a response. It's
because you know the answer, because it highlights your hypocrisy. So of course you're going to run away from it.
Drag
run
is
away,
the burlesque.
preacher.
It's a sex show. I'm not running away from you.
Preacher.
Listen, go back to your third grade class. You little.
Bye, preacher. Away from it.
Okay.
Moron.
Okay. Loner was trying to talk earlier, so I'm gonna have Loner go, and I'm Turk. I saw your hand. Don't worry.
I don't know. I mean, like even in like South America, where people are quite conservative, you know, you'll have kids who can see like Argentinian tangos. If you ever watch one of those, they're like insanely sexual. But if we could just focus on one question, right? Like, is drag inherently sexual? Now, Scott, what you said about accentuating the body parts is like, that's true, but what you're describing isn't drag as a whole. You're describing drag like a type of drag. Like if you can anyone can Google search drag queen story hour. Like some of these people are like so overdressed that you can only see their faces. Like they look like clown suits almost, and they'll call themselves that as well. So I think you can maybe, is it not a little bit like much to ask
Clown
that we can
suits for the
separate
win.
like the more sexual drag from the drag that is like absolutely like it's not sexual when Shakespearean actors did it, right? Or pantomime actors did it.
What are the label differentiations
I'll respond
between
after
the
you,
different
Turk.
types? Go ahead.
Yeah. So, okay, fair enough. So, one, my argument was based off of two different things, right? So the inherent sexuality.
Two
of drag,
different bits of bullshit.
We can
Yeah.
tackle that, but
Two different
it is
bits of
coupled to the
complete
secondary,
wank.
which is the
Yeah.
larger context of the grooming of children in schools, of the abuse of children, and of the massive amounts of. No, I'm not.
Where are you getting that data? Where shows
let him
that
finish.
happens?
I mean, we had leaked situations from California where they were talking about love bombing children, where they were putting them in specific groups, where they were targeting children based off of their internet searches, where they were looking for kids that might be loners in the classroom, and then they would take them, they would love bomb them, they would tell them not to tell their parents, they would socially transition them. A requirement to stay in the group where they were given special attention was that they socially transitioned their name. This is, of course, one example because you're asking for an example. But I mean, this is an issue with transformative social emotional learning.
People doing the same thing, trying to convert people not to be gay.
Like, wait, can I respond to that first?
That's right. No. Like I'm going to finish it, right? But if you want a more like kind of meta situation here, I think transformative social emotional learning that's being taught to teachers, especially in they do seminars in California and New York. The rebranding of social emotional learning from children with conduct disorder into the general classroom, and then making it transformative as a means of destroying capitalism, as a means of destroying individuality, and as a means of intentionally bringing up gender ideology and gender Marxist theory that we're engaging with now. All of these things are inherent to the problem.
That's okay. About what he just said. Let me just ask him a few questions real quick. Do you have any data that substantiates that there's any harm with exposing children to gender nonconforming groups? Do you have any
Exposing children to gender nonconforming groups takes it out of the context, right? You're trying to create a trolley problem. No, you're trying to create a trolley. No.
Wait. Babe, wait. you ask Fabian a question, we can let him just answer the question. And if you think he didn't sufficiently answer the question, Aston, you can follow up.
No problem.
Two things. Conservatives that are religious tend to be deontologists. Secondly, hardcore libertarians believe in natural law philosophy. So your instantiation that the question must be answered under a consequentialist framework is in and of itself bullshit. But second of all, you're trying to create a trolley cart problem here, where you want one specific societal interaction, and then you want scientific data to back up how that one specific interaction causes harm. And you do this by devoiding it of the context. You create a trolley cart problem, and you know that data doesn't specifically exist in that element, that you have to connect the dots with several other parts. You have to look at it from a sociological lens, right? And you can look at some psychological data, such as obviously all of the shit that's happening with detrans people and the transgender community and the high rates of suicidality and things like that, right? But you can't just say, there's not a fucking research out there that says one trans or one fucking pride event or one drag event somehow turned kids into something, or you like that
so you
data
got nothing.
doesn't exist because
you got nothing.
those types of studies don't do. No, you just like it's pseudoscientific.
You got bullshit. You got nothing.
That's a long way of saying
we
that.
literally have seen.
Wait. I said I'd let Ashton follow up if he wanted to, so I'm gonna let Ashton follow up. Biggs, I saw you were trying. I saw a lot of people trying to talk, so we're just gonna try to throw it over to Ashton. Hopefully, it flows around the room after.
The reason why I asked you that specific question is because there is actually specific probes into that question. Matter of fact, I can cite over 75 studies that find no harm whatsoever, non-correlative, even negative harm. I can also find data that shows that suicidal ideation actually goes down to children exposed to gender affirming, not only just gender affirming care, but gender affirming environments. It doesn't even need to be like people specifically trying to teach them any sort of ideology, but simply affirming their own. And that's
pseudoscience.
Suicidal
it's pseudoscience
ideation.
because it's pseudoscience because when you
It's pseudoscience because you say it is. It's pseudoscience
Well,
because you say it is.
No, I didn't say it's because I say it is. I'm going to back that up.
Wait.
No, I'm backing it up, but you're trying to.
When
It's
you're trying to say
pseudoscience.
pseudoscience, I have literally studies from a wide multitude, over 40 years of different scientists.
Yeah, I don't want to hear your appeal to authority. I'm going to make the argument.
You have to
Appeal
actually,
to
because
authority.
where's your paper on this topic? Where's your data on the topic? Before you debunk other data, show me what your data actually is.
Look, I'm not gonna.
Just trust him, bro. Just trust him, bro.
Right?
Okay, wait. Everybody stop. Fabian, it's time to talk. Thank you.
I'm going to very easily back up the claim. When you look at research that shows that gender affirming care has a positive rate on suicidality, there's a lot of things that are left out in that. Number one, it leaves out the fact that we do not have a lot of long-term research in terms of gender identity disorder and gender dysphoria in this new group of youth that have exploded their rates of identifying as LGBTQ, such as in California, where it's as high as 40%. Right now, so that's one thing. So we don't have
said California about a dozen times
long-term
already.
research we do shows that the trans community, when they get gender affirming care, yes, suicidality goes down. And then as they pass, suicidality goes down further. And then what we also find is that suicidality normalizes to previous rates once we get to around 6 or 7 years for female to male, and once we get around 7 to 8 years for male to female. And that this is where we're going to have a lot of kids that are going to be extremely upset by the poison and the murderous Lupron that has been given to children. And we're going to have a lot of fucking people that are detransing and suing because of all of the damage.
This is like some
This
is like some dollar store James Lindsay bullshit, man. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, especially
You can't argue back. You just tell them to shut up.
The most unscientific,
yeah, because it's wank.
So I have a question.
He's used words like, hang on, he's used words like murderous.
People are dying.
I want to make sure. Does anybody want to respond to the content of what he just said?
Yeah.
Let somebody else do it.
Okay, so Loner,
I'll let the round robin go around.
I'll throw it over to Loner. I'm interested to hear what Loner says.
You've been talking for 5 years,
No,
Fabian,
but I just want to go back to what I was first saying before all the extra stuff. So I think
are you responding to what Fabian just said?
Kind of, but like not directly. No.
Okay. Does anybody want to respond to what Fabian just said directly? Okay, I'm gonna throw it over to Kevin, and then we can maybe bring it over to Maddie.
Yeah, this fucking dollar store James Lindsay fucking knockoff fucking hate preacher stuff is really embarrassing. You should be ashamed of yourself. You've used words like murderous and that we want to kill trans people, yet your perverse bloodlust to try and remove affirmative care from people will get people killed. You and people like you have potentially the blood of a lot of trans people on your fucking hands, and you should be ashamed.
You should be ashamed for pushing the opposite.
Yeah, eat my dick.
Maddie?
Well, stop giving children poison.
Thank you, Fabian. Thank you, Fabian. Hush now. Hush now. Okay. So, yeah, this insinuating that somehow kids are being forced to transition when they're not wanting to, or because of just like, oh, well, I'm a kind of a tomboy, and as if there's some sort of pressure. Do you realize that there are multiple doctor's evaluations required to even begin the process of considering any sort of gender affirming care? No, it is
Not
true.
true.
Fabian, shut
Lies.
the fuck up. You talked for
It's a lie.
15 years. We are fucking old and almost dead.
Just scream
fucking
fake
sit down.
news.
I'm
Just
letting you
scream
know
fake
what
news. Yeah.
Okay,
Fabian, do you
wait,
want me to
stop.
send you?
Okay, Maddie, please. I want Maddie to be able to finish what they're saying because there's a million people that want to talk. So,
Yeah.
Maddie.
I'm going to talk uninterrupted, Fabian. So fucking sit down and shut up while I'm talking, and then you can refute whatever the fuck you want. So thank you. So Turk, you aren't even involved with this. Don't, like, just sit down. Go check on your kids. So, like, here's the thing.
He kept his
No,
kids.
let me, like, actually show you. Yeah, see, he's going to check on his kids. So,
Well, you can't check
there
on yours.
is a literal, like, as part of the American Medical Association and the American Pediatrics Association, they have a clear process established for how to approach potentially offering gender affirming care for minors. That involves a very strict set of parameters that they have to ensure the child meets, and that requires constant evaluation, constant reevaluation, because they don't want to give any that gender affirming care or start them on hormones or other things if it's something that kid ends up not actually needing. There is a difference between having sort of some gender questioning versus actually having true gender dysmorphia and wanting to start their transition. That's why they have a strict process in place to make sure that mistakes aren't made. Like, that's something that is consistent across all 50 states. I will send you the documentation, and then you can look at the documentation, look yourself in the mirror, and tell yourself, fake news, when you're looking at official goddamn documentation, dude. Like, what you're saying, what you're sprouting right now is fucking harmful and not true. And, like, you screaming pseudoscience, was every single of those 75 studies pseudoscience? Every single one of them was that's just a hack. Every single one. Fabian, you
okay, so let me just substantiate that what you're saying is lies, right? So in the UK, there are private clinics that you can get for about 400 euros, right? Where individuals go and they're given.
We don't even use euros.
Diagnosis.
We live in America.
Sorry,
yeah, we use pounds.
I apologize. But anyways, you can go to private clinics and you can get both of your diagnoses and be on androgen therapy that day. Number one. Number two, in Canada, it is illegal for practitioners and doctors to not engage in gender affirming care. It is illegal for them they can lose their licensure. I just had an interview with Amy Ham about this, where she's being investigated for her transphobic tweets and things of that nature, and where she's not allowed to say that someone could even possibly question. That is under Bill C6. This is what they're engaging in. They're calling it conversion therapy if you do anything other than gender affirming care. Again, in America, you can get on androgen therapy, and doctors will put you on androgen therapy the same fucking day you get a diagnosis. This idea that there's this strict and rigorous process that used to exist 10 or 15 years ago, where children have to get 12 or 20 sessions and they need a second opinion, and then they really make sure that they're doing their legwork. The fact that pseudoscience like Lupron and GRNH androgen therapy is somehow like this totally reversible thing, even though we have teenagers with fucking osteoporosis because of it, and because the cancer rates are through the fucking roof, doesn't mean that like it just doesn't match any of what you're saying.
Dude, there are side effects to every
process.
There are side effects to every drug. The fact that the osteoporosis is an issue is well known. It's often because of mismanagement by an individual doctor. We know there are side effects to every single medical intervention, whether it be invasive via surgery or via medicines and stuff like that. So that's not an excuse not to do a thing because there are side effects based on bad doctors doing bad things.
No,
that's not an evidence. That really isn't.
It totally is. It 100% is.
Back up what he's saying, because the fact of the matter is, what you're talking about is hormone therapy, and these hormone therapies actually existed before we had gender affirming care. That's why we have so much data on them. You actually want to talk about all the negative externalities. You don't actually talk about the positive externalities, like for the fact that we're actually finding that delaying puberty might be something we want to do for every kid, not just kids that want to transition, simply because they come out healthier.
Go off, King. After that statement,
nice,
I need not to make anything else.
We understand.
You already
don't have to say anything else.
Insane person coming first.
Yeah, you don't have to.
How science works. That's fundamental to you. That's why you think you can just wave.
You want to poison all the children. Got it.
Huh?
Can I make an appeal to the moderator?
Because last I checked, like I said, the way science is behind me and
he's
not
like,
you.
Okay.
It's
Wait. Okay, I need to cut this off now because we're like 50 minutes into the topic, or 30 or 40 minutes into the topic, and we're talking about just like gender reassignment surgery. Can we bring it back to drag, please? Let's bring it back to
my
drag.
point with drag was actually the 75 studies I was talking about was actually specifically measuring the harm that
he's like a medieval
LGBTQ people to children to
this fucking guy, this Fabian Liberty guy. He's like a medieval fucking freak. He's like a medieval fucking freak. Medicine is poison. Medicine is poison. Fuck me, what an absolute lunatic, man. I'll be honest with you, I'm not entirely sure this is sensible for Dylan to keep platforming this piece of shit. He's foolish, and by the way, he's lying about Britain. I know that for a damn fact. I know enough British trans people.
Show it to me. I would love to fucking see it.
Okay, before that topic goes right back into trans kids again, I felt like there was a bit of ground earlier when we said that, like, Scott, I think you maybe shelved the idea that like drag is inherently sexual, because like I'm pretty sure we could do some digging together and find a few drag shows where they're not accentuating body parts, where they're just performing, and the artists themselves, if you ask them about abolishing capitalism with Marxist gender theory, they'd probably have a seizure, right? Yes. So can we please stay on the topic of whether or not drag is inherently sexual and harmful for kids, rather than...
I would say, I don't think you can look, when you keep, like, I think there's a problem here, is there's this false equivalency between drag, which is something that started in the late 1800s in America, and any time men dressed up as women, such as in vaudeville or Shakespearean theater and things that these are not drag. The word drag didn't exist. These people weren't claiming to be drag queens or drag kings, right? Drag has always had, not always, but has started with two basic principles, right? It is either a burlesque shows, right? Or like that is, akin to stripping, but, not quite stripping, or B, it has been the impersonation of other famous female singers, right? Like that's typically, well, like there are some other drag shows that are like a little bit different, right? But your two major categories of drag are that, right? So when we talk about just dressing up differently, you know what I mean? Like we start to muddy the waters of what is and isn't drag. If you're talking about a man that is just wearing clothing that is typically feminine and is putting on a performance that's akin to vaudeville, like you're getting out of the realm of even calling it drag at that point.
That's weird because it's RuPaul's Drag Race.
Yeah, no, like there.
Yeah, sorry. Just
first of all, can I please? Sorry, just 1 second. First of all, I think it's pretty much. I don't know if it's definite, but I think it's pretty understood that like the word drag actually did have theatrical origins. But this.
Also, can I just say, he's a libertarian. He's an ANCAP. He's a libertarian, wants small government to get out of the way, but the government should also ban people from wearing certain types of clothing in certain buildings.
That's how drag artists see it as well. But yeah, sorry, Maddie, go on. Yeah,
no, all good. That's a really good point to make, because like I had said in my opening, there are so many different types of drag. And if you, Fabian, I highly recommend that you watch a documentary called Paris is Burning. It chronicles the drag scene of New York City in the 1980s, where drag balls originated, and a lot of current drag culture is derived from that initial origin.
That's a different
and
thing.
what they had is categories.
I
It's
like
on.
to drag my balls.
Yeah, no, it's really good. I'll
drag
DM it to you. But
I love drag shows, for the record.
Yeah, and so what I like about what they show here is that a lot of it is that sort of like burlesque hype show, but other parts of it, they have categories where like they are like, oh, executive realness, like going to school realness, and you see a guy literally in like a Yale sweatshirt carrying books. Like, it's a form of cosplay. So like there's you don't think if you saw like for example, if you went to a show of like Celine Dion singing, you wouldn't say that's like inherently sexual. It's a woman singing and performing.
Look,
maybe
no
dancing. I don't think Celine does much
There's no point sending fake in anything. He's just going to scream fake news at it. We know that's his tactic.
If they performed the exact
you can bring up any amount of
show with
evidence.
the
He's just going to
exact
scream
same
fake news,
choreography
pseudoscience,
and, like,
blah blah blah.
or
He
just,
he hates trans
pay
people. He
homage
hates,
to
like he
this-
says, oh, I
this
like drag
performer
acts. He
that
doesn't. He's a
they
wanker.
admire and love, then why is that
doesn't care.
inherently
They're not
sexual?
interested in
But
what's real.
when the
They just wanna- they
actual
have their
artist
bias,
is up
and they
doing
just
that
want it
performance,
confirmed.
it's,
That's all they're
it's
interested
not.
in.
That's and there's the thing,
Is he
like
Canadian?
gender,
I don't think so. No, I
gender
think he's American.
identity and how you
But I
the
don't
gender
know.
you
I
present yourself
couldn't
as to
actually
the
tell you.
world is different and divorced from sexual orientation and sexuality. They're two different things,
Drag
and
my
when
balls.
people conflate the
You
two,
drag. Oh, I'm going to have to get
that
Christy with drag, man.
demonstrates an inability to separate
Christy, do you drag
and
me?
like an inability
Would you
to
like to drag
maybe
me?
acknowledge that like just because it just kind of shows that you sexualize
fall for
women
it as
in
well.
general. So if men are dressing up
Guarantee.
as women, then of course it's sexual, right?
No, obviously I deny the false claims. of bigotry.
Obviously.
So I think
Obviously.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I was
I
gonna say,
said
so-
enough.
Yeah, so I think the biggest issue here is we're literally like, you guys are talking about, in one respect, yes, there are different types of drag, as you put it. There's theatrical drag, there's Shakespearean drag, there's even
Shakespearean
things that are
drag.
just like in high school. I don't know about
Forsooth,
you, but in my high
bitch.
school, we did the whole thing where like the cheerleaders dress up as football players,
To be
the
or not
football
to
players
be
dress up
is
as
the
cheerleaders
question,
and pep rallies and shit like that. Those are types of drag, right? But
That's
it's
me being
obvious that the
Shakespearean
issue that
drag
people
is.
have are the sexualized depictions of drag in front of children, right? Like, I know it may be cherry picked or whatever, but I'm saying like those are the problem. Those are the things that we are talking about. Those are the things that conservatives are upset about. Not these like mundane type of like, you know, no sexualization type things. We're talking about like actual like boobies flopping around, fake boobies flopping around in front of children, like shit like that. Like that's what we're talking about here. That's what the problem is. So
I think
that's
what I'm trying to hit on is that
I wanted to jump in there with you on that because I think that you're being rather civil, and I actually want to have a dialogue about this. And I think that the reason why, you know, you ever notice how it seems like we always bring up like whataboutisms? We're like, what about cheerleading? What about this? What about that? What about Celine Dion performances where the women do booty dance? Where if you go to different singers and artists, the chicks do things in provocative ways. That's why I don't really want to argue about the sexuality of it, because I think that's a misnomer. The reason why we bring those whataboutisms isn't to say, oh, you care about this, but you don't care about this. It's to point out that there isn't harm being done in those situations. So why is there specifically harm being done?
I think there is, in some cases, there is harm being done.
Well,
I'm not saying in all cases of drag shows.
Wait. So are you suggesting then that we shouldn't, like again, you're one of those universalists. You're saying that we don't want kids at any of these shows, right? But shouldn't that be up to the parents? Like, wouldn't you?
No,
agree
I
that
said that from the beginning.
right?
I said that from the beginning. That's why I'm trying to differentiate
Mhm.
between the drag. Like I said, like in high school, like I literally participated in drag. Like we dressed up, football players dressed up as cheerleaders, and cheerleaders dressed up as football. That was just like goof, fun, whatever. But that technically is drag, right? Like at least that's what I would.
So can I ask you the issue? So would you have an issue with a parent who took them to like a Britney Spears concert or something? Like, would you say that we need to have follow-up action, or would you just say I don't agree with what that parent's doing, but that's that parent, and then move on? That's where we're saying
Right,
that there seems to be a specific bias against this activity, if that makes sense.
And I think that's what I've said from the beginning.
By
Was
the way,
I
the
don't
Turk
care what
actually
parents
rage
want
quit.
to do with their own kids. Honestly, like I'm
The
very
Turk
much
actually
live and let
rage
live.
quit.
The issue that
He's
I
literally
think
he left the
problems
fucking
when you
the
actually have
Discord group
things
as well.
that are sexual
He
in
literally
front of
rage
drag or
quit.
anything. It could be as simple as taking a kid to, like, you guys brought up the football game stuff. Like, if you take a kid to a football game, I went to a game in Cleveland, right? This lady turned around and flashed us, right? If my kids are there, I don't want my kids to see that shit either, right? Like, it's not about, but I'm just saying, like, it's about the actual.
To be fair, the Browns are pretty
sexualization part.
boring.
So on that point, so this goes back to my last point, which is now you have to tell me, you have to show me that I understand that you may think that there's harm, and maybe in how you choose to raise your child is up to you. And I would recommend you not being part of public spheres because of that reservation. But the main thing I'm trying to say is there is no evidence that putting kids in these situations creates any sort of harm. And this goes back to the sexual, because we've done tons of studies on the sexualization of media, for example. How many studies have we done to see what are the effects of having all these sexual images on children, on long-term development, all of those things?
Agree.
Drag is just
It's
another
tough.
version of that, and we find that there's not really harm.
What can I
It's
just
hard
say?
to
What
find
the
things,
reason?
even on basic television, it's hard to find things that I am comfortable with watching in front of my children. It really is. Like, even just basic television shows.
That sounds like a capitalist problem. Like, there should be a company that makes content just for you that you can consume, but that doesn't mean you should limit the content for other people.
Yeah, I understand that. What I'm saying is it would be in the same regard as having sexually explicit material in those situations. Like, I don't care. Like I said, I don't care what parents want to do. I'm just saying, once it gets out, go ahead.
So this is the thing. You're doing the thing where, is there harm showing sexually explicit material like pornography to kids? Yes, there is, but there's an actual difference in the threshold that we see that. What we're trying to say.
I'm saying that some of these things do borderline on those type of explicit material.
Yeah, so when you say,
we literally have seen videos of it recently in the last few weeks.
I think you're talking about such a small percentage that it would have to be an incredibly negligent parent to put their child in that situation. It's not something that's being put in the public sphere because there already exist public indecency laws. You cannot expose yourself. Like, we cannot do these.
And I would argue in those cases we see it in the Pride Parades, literally videos of people committing acts that are against public decency in front of children in public spaces.
Yeah, and that's what we see that. Wait. We see that during football games, just like you described as well. So we handle those people individually. We don't put a blanket ban on saying, "Hey, people need to make sure."
That's what I'm saying.
But this is why I raise these issues.
People out and they're letting it go. They're giving them a pass. And I think
no, but this is the point.
Okay, wait. Okay, so we're gonna go Kevin, then we're gonna go Preacher.
Yeah. But this is the point. When you say then they're not calling this out, they're giving it a pass. People are giving these other things a pass. I don't care particularly whether an individual has a consistent position on Hooters and football games and this and that, because I don't really care, right? It's to do with A, hypocrisy, and B, the reason that this scare is being brought up. Firstly, if you're really, really offended by drag in front of kids, but not really that bothered by these other things, that's kind of hypocritical. And secondly, there's a very specific reason why conservative media around certainly America, but expanding out across the Anglosphere, I dare say, is focused on, say, trans people or on drag queens in a way that they're not focused on those other sexualization in public, in front of children activities. They're not bothered by those other things because A, they reinforce heteronormativity, and B, they're doing this as a distraction from actual things because they know their economic policies are frankly fucking ruinous and are destroying poorer people's lives, and they want to focus on literally anything else.
You're preaching to the wrong people being in the United States right now and everywhere in the world being fucking crushed by like liberal politics and leftist politics right now.
Oh yeah, there's so much liberal politics going on.
Well,
right now.
Okay,
yeah.
wait. Talking about being crushed by.
Wait.
Guys. I was next.
Yeah.
And I think I want to kind of piggyback off of what Biggs was saying, because Loner Box said if we dig, we can find ones, and you're right. I found a couple where, you know what, there's a drag guy that does drag. He's on stage at I believe it's some kind of public festival, and he's got kids up there, perfectly fine dance, perfectly fine song, and he's actually singing songs that are about inclusivity, anti-bullying, stuff like that. That's awesome. The problem is is that you had to dig to find that one. The ones we're finding are the ones that are actually a drag doing a strip type dance and kids giving them money. And it wasn't. I'm talking about a different one. I'm not talking about a cisgendered female stripper. There was actually a drag doing the dance, taking the money from the kids. That's what we're talking about. Listen, I'm not saying drag people are bad. I'm not saying drag shows are bad. I'm saying anything sexual with children. I can't stand the fact that you go through TikTok and you see parents with their kids. Oh my God, look at my little 5-year-old twerking. What the hell are you talking about? Why is a 5-year-old twerking? That's a sexual act. Why would it be cool for a 5-year-old to be sexual?
But preacher, can I ask? Do you get this worked up about the beauty pageants of kids? Because I mean, I've not watched your content, but
yes.
Have you made regular content about that?
Yes, listen, I've been against that Honey Boo Boo crap for even before Honey Boo Boo. I think it's
no, but it's okay holding the position. But are you as worked up and vocal publicly about that? Because a lot of conservatives don't care about that or like purity balls, but they do care about this one particular issue when it comes to queer people.
This is a false equivalence.
It's not a false equivalence at all. It's not remotely a false equivalence. It's a sexualization of children.
Wait. I can't hear anybody. So we're gonna have Fabian go back and forth here. We can have to go back and forth. But Loner's been waiting too. I want to make sure we get over to Loner.
Yeah, I mean, I'm mostly saving stuff for the outro because this is so fucking off the rails. But this is such a false equivalency to say that like kids going to Hooters is the same problem as public schools and tax dollars and pride events and the entire culture war that is being rammed down by fucking corporations and by the media and by our public education system as a means of trying to force feed children gender ideology and specifically harm them. Like, yes, is it shitty when the every other weekend dad that doesn't set good boundaries takes his kid to Hooters because, you know, he's a fucking man? Dare you may even call it, though I won't necessarily support the framework, toxic masculinity or something. Sure, we can have conversations about why that is bad. But this idea that these are isolated incidents that shouldn't be looked at in the greater context of what is being done to our children and the way that leftist philosophy
won't someone
is doing
think of the
everything
children
to harm our fucking kids.
You're a fucking clown.
It's derailing. No, we're back. We're staying on topic. Holy shit. All right. Biggs and Preacher. So both of you did kind of give me that it was like edge cases or like there's a difference between like the sexual drag cases
and James
like
Lindsay,
the ones that you guys consider fine.
Like
so what I want to ask from you both then is if you would agree or how you feel about
axes.
The way that like would you probably agree then that like whether it's Anthony Sabatini or Brian Slanton basically saying to either make it to ban drag shows where kids are present completely or to even make it a felony for parents to bring their kids to a drag show. Would you both say that's an overstep then?
I'm an anarchist. I don't believe in the more laws.
Like I said from the beginning, I don't care what parents want to do with their own kids. My issue is if it's outside in public, that's when I have an issue. But if it's a private venue, a private event, parents can do whatever they want. I personally wouldn't do it because I don't think it would be something I would want to expose my children to. But I don't want the government to tell people what they can and can't do.
Can I ask Fabian, as an anarchist, how are you going to do anything about this?
People questions.
I was asking Preacher a question about it.
Okay.
And my response just be, I would never say put the felony charge on the parents. I would say, you know what, if you're gonna do drag that's gonna be sexually explicit, then maybe have a sign
felony charge,
at least 18 years or probably even 21 years or older.
But they do that.
Okay, but I'm talking about there's actual ones that are sexual that are on the internet, and this is why people are mad.
It's on the internet.
Non-sexual ones, there's plenty of non-sexual, but the only ones that are making it to the internet are the ones that are sexual with children. Like people actually holding babies for one thing, but children.
How can babies?
And I'm saying, but again, I'm not saying that there should be laws about that. I'm saying that I would say, you know what, that's messed up. I would never put a kid in that.
Because I think that's why
those babies aren't picking up anything. Just to be fair.
Because I think that's why
the babies aren't. But
he made a good point. What the fuck?
The little
like
bit
the
older
toddlers
children,
are fucking yes, but like
Right.
babies like.
Do you remember anything from before you were like 4 years old? Just curious.
Yeah,
That's
I
what I'm
remember
saying,
about
like,
4.
Because I
About 4, yeah.
don't.
I mean, I got hit by a truck at 5, so I remember that.
I think the reason why a lot of the lefties on the panel are specifically, I think, so incensed or get so have such an emotional response
I got
to the
hit by a
rhetoric
truck when
used
I was 5.
is because this is the same rhetoric they use to say that like black people and white people shouldn't be segregated. Think of the children. Would you let your child go to a school with black people? Would you let interracial marriage? Would you let your daughter date a black guy? And now it's the situation. It's always using children as a way to wedge in that there's some sort of moral panic or some sort of damage. What's actually going on is you guys have Christian normative backgrounds, so you guys have certain ideas around sexuality. Those ideas around sexuality are perfectly okay. They're part of your culture. Keep them to yourself.
It's all bullshit. What you're saying is
But the reality is when we try to substantiate, like when we actually like substantiate things like harm, like I said, exposure to people with bare breasts all the time. That doesn't do anything. Neither does exposure to drag shows. Like, we don't have any evidence. Now, I understand it's a weird feeling. That weird feeling comes from the fact that you've been socialized in America and you've been grown up with some pretty strong anti-sexual liberation propaganda.
Okay,
but that doesn't mean that that there's actually harm being done. It's just your worldview. That's why I'm asking for you to substantiate harm. Like, that's why I keep looking for the actual like long-term effects or cognitive or cognitive effects or adult maladjustment or increase of anything. It doesn't actually happen, and we've done so many studies in this in psychology and sociology that it's bored, it's tired. Like we're moving on. But I don't know really what else to say besides that.
You know, I'll say this because we keep going back to these studies. This is a fairly new thing going on with all these children being. So I'm wondering how they could do studies about if these children end up going from that, are they now maybe addicted to porn? And then we all know that addicted to porn could lead to sexual misconduct towards women, towards other children. So do we know this? No, because these children that we're talking about are still freaking children. So I don't know what studies you're talking about. Well, you're going to anyway, so why are you asking? You're going to. So, because it's all about this. Whatever, dude.
Can we get some ones in chat if you're addicted to porn?
Race, you shut everybody else out.
Okay, so this is like one of those conservative arguments that always pops up that says that gender non-conformingness is something new and unnatural, when the reality is we had transgender Roman emperors. Okay, so the idea for the idea
Emperor Transius.
What do you mean, who is this clown? I'm telling you the truth. I'm sorry that you're unaware that I'm sorry that a college educated
he is drinker of lead paint.
But let's go ahead and actually talk about facts for a second.
Yes, a drinker of lead
paint. Everything is about race now. Like,
what the fuck rhetoric around gender non-conforming people not being normal actually started around the Spanish Inquisition when they were when there was an Inquisition.
No, well, I was not expecting the Spanish Inquisition.
People in there too. What has happened since is there's been a concerted effort by the church to erase the LGBTQ community from literally culture around the world, to pretend like they never existed and that there's something unnatural, when the reality is we have documentation of societies all around the world, including European societies, that showed gender non-conforming behavior and non-heteronormativity behavior for some time. So the idea that this is something new is something that we're making up. Now, if you're talking about if they're new studies, I told you that these studies go back 70 years now. My earliest studies is like 60 something. So if you add up the years, that's like 70 years now. So that's a lot of, that's time, right? Thousands of people, tens of thousands of people, tons of time, tons of studies over time. Let's stop pretending like this is a new phenomenon when we've been like literally beating this horse to death for like the last
an American thing,
of a century.
Is that a...
Okay, so what this is, right? What you're seeing laid out before you is
I'll be honest, genuinely, that's not a thing
right?
here.
As a means of trying to make an argumentation about what is
I'm aware that lead paint is
without actually addressing the arguments from the conservative, and instead trying to tie that form of argumentation to.
Notice I addressed the time directly by saying 75 years. Did you forget that part, or is that just going to be what you ignored to do your little performative?
Excuse me, let me cut you off when you
failed to provide any data.
Wait. That was directed towards Fabian. I want Fabian to respond. Then I think Loner's been waiting a decent amount of time to talk, and then I do want to maybe continue through natural flow of conversation. Fabian?
Yeah, sorry. So yeah, what you're seeing is historical analysis.
Is that a thing in the UK? Okay.
So
are you done? Are you good? You good?
I'm gonna move.
No, I'm just
No, I'm
making
muted,
sure.
sorry.
Pointing out
Right,
that
no,
you're
I'm
doing
just-
your
Okay,
part.
okay.
Are you gonna?
Fabi- it's
Okay, but I
Fabi-
don't see how the
Fabian,
lead
you
paint
can-
thing is
Okay,
Okay,
stop.
everyone.
Stop.
hammer time.
Fabian's gonna talk for a little bit. No.
Can I just ask the chat, what's the lead paint thing? Is that, I don't see how, are you saying that's a racist thing? Because if that's a thing, then I'm unaware of it, and I'd like to be informed, educated.
Historical analysis to show that this is a problem, right, as a means of trying to prove the problem now that you see. So again, now what he's talking about, and this is new, is it is obviously a new phenomenon to take children to burlesque shows of gender-bending drag queens in large numbers. It's a new phenomenon to have drag queens coming to fucking school. It's a new phenomenon to have public schools triangulating children from their parents and socially transitioning them, and the gender ideology that is pulling itself from critical theory, critical race theory, critical legal studies, etc.
Say gender Marxism again. Say it again.
It is gender Marxism.
You're a fucking idiot. Yeah, you're James Lindsay in like a fucking plaid shirt. You're an embarrassment.
Yeah, well, I mean, saying someone's an idiot is like not really a good argument, right? It's just,
well, no, just saying gender Marxism, which doesn't mean anything. Yeah.
No, it's just you're trying to dismiss it and not take it with any amount of seriousness
because you're not making a fucking serious point. You're just saying gender Marxism.
Anyway,
You've mentioned California 12 times. Say that again. Go through the same fucking process again and again.
I'm very impressed with your thesaurus.
Okay, one second. There's 3 of you versus 1 guy. Come on.
So, anyways, you keep talking about long-term data, right? It is completely unethical and not possible to do a long-term study where you are intentionally subjecting children to sexualized acts on a regular basis and then comparing them to
you don't know how
the
science
population.
works.
I'm finished.
Okay. Right. So like what you have to do then is you attempt to do correlative studies. You try and look at specific populations that, let's say, grew up in a gay household, or you do surveys where you can see like, oh, this person was exposed to this and other people weren't exposed to that. And when you try and do that, and then you're trying to separate it from the new phenomena that is this ideology that is being pushed full force in our schools and in our media, this appeal to authority that there are a bunch of studies that show that there's nothing wrong with, exposing your children to LGBT community and things of that nature. It's not at all what the fuck we're talking about, and that's not what the science shows that you're attempting to purport.
Can someone address Fabian's fucking made up conspiracy shit where every teacher is forcibly transing every fucking kids at lunchtime? What the fuck are you talking about? If you're just going to make unsubstantiated bullshit claim, yeah, I'm being hyperbolic, my friend. It's unsubstantiated nonsense about gender Marxism in the schools.
Do you have an argument? Or do you just have rage when I'm calling you out on your evil bullshit?
So I'm gonna
my
take it
evil
over
bullshit.
I'm gonna take this over and I'm throwing it over to Loner Box. Preacher, saw you put your hand up.
Yeah, Preacher, you were asking about. We do actually have quite a bit of research on even non-penetrative sexual abuse of kids. It's not long after the event, their heart rates go significantly higher than other kids, and then even with porn, there's quite a lot of research that shows the effects of porn as well. Kids have actually seen drag adjacent stuff for a long time. If you ever look up pantomime in the UK, it's more sexual than some drag you've seen.
True.
And kids have been going to this, they've been cheering and booing and all that. Yeah, it would be easy enough to find research on the effects of this, but it just doesn't exist. So but I do feel like I've got at least a concession from all the right-leaning people here that when you guys talk about the political hammering or whatever of trans stuff, well, at least we agree, right, that we've got legislators who are trying to outlaw this stuff and to punish the parents as well. And yeah, it's probably okay to be incensed about that because that's a massive overstep. It's freedom-hating Republicans. Fucking DeSantis saying it should come under fucking states' child protective services, or child endangerment.
I agree.
And you're
Loner Box, I 100% agree with you, right? The real answer here is more choice with parents, right? We need to transition to a place where homeschooling is.
Oh, don't transition. You can't transition.
Yeah,
absolutely not. That's not.
We need to transition to a point where homeschooling is more supported, where we have school vouchers and school choice, and where we can have more funds so that parents can get their kids into private schooling, so that they have the ability, if they don't like what a school system is doing, to put them in a different school. And it doesn't have to be the trans agenda, right? It can be that they don't like the way that they're treating their child, or that their child isn't, they feel that their child's environment is wrong for whatever reason. People should have a right to be able to financially choose where they send their kids, and it shouldn't be massively taxed so only rich people get to choose where their kids go to school.
So not only is that a non sequitur, but it's also really, really false. Like, for example, in Florida, one of the reasons why this drag thing is so disgusting, or the Don't Say Gay bill, is because we already have legislation on the books that allows parents to withdraw their students from any curriculum that they find problematic already. That was already a thing. You could do that. You can still do that. But to even go further, I think it's hilarious and laughable that he dares call something that we're saying strawman when he literally has never read a single one of these studies, but is already throwing out the methodology. That's like literally the definition of a strawman. You're creating a fake argument. You're creating a fake thing that the study did in order to argue against him because it makes it easy for you. Instead of dealing with the fact that, I'm sorry, the institutions of thousands of scientists that have been working on this for, again, 3/4 of a century disagree with you. But that's fine. I know a lot of you guys kind of do
real quick, just quick question, since you're calling me a liar. Just real quick, right? Since you're trying to straw man my position, saying I said things that
when did I straw man
in those 75 studies, in those 75 studies, is there a single study where in a laboratory environment they expose children regularly to sexualized content, which is, I said, something that can't be done and is unethical? Or are all of those studies, in order to actually be ethical, in the framework that they are correlative analysis and surveys? Can you find one where they do that?
Relevant.
The problem with surveys, though, again,
the strawman that you're making is saying that unless it's inside of a lab, that it's therefore correlative and non-predictive, which is the exact opposite of how these things, which is exactly how these things work. I understand you don't understand how science work. I'm not here to like do a whole education course on how studies work and stuff. If you really were interested, you could actually look at the methodologies, take more than 5 minutes to research this stuff and look at the methodologies and actually point to specific papers and specific methodologies that you disagree with.
So your answer is what I said was completely accurate.
No, what you said was inaccurate, right? Because
no, what I said was completely accurate, and you just proved that now. No.
Again,
you're out of your element.
What you said,
the
first
part
is accurate. The second part of what you said, the comma that you put on when you say the stuff about correlation, that stuff's inaccurate. That's the point that I'm making. So if we can kind of move on.
You have causal
if we can kind of move on to another
long-term causal studies of sexualization exposure in those 75 studies. You got one.
You know how surveys
we'll talk about
it
later.
Wait, we're not gonna surely.
You know how multivariate regressional analysis works, right? When we check out,
it involves calculus, bud.
Okay. So we're gonna throw this over to Preacher, and then we're gonna probably start wrapping this up.
Yes.
Yeah, I was just earlier gonna say he said, could someone substantiate what he was saying earlier about transitioning children at lunchtime? I mean, let's just call him a poo-poo head and tell him he's wrong because he's a doo-doo nose, I mean, that's where we're going with the argument, and totally over-exaggerating. But lower box, no, I agree. Just like there's, I don't think parents should be sued if their kid goes out and commits a crime because they were underage playing GTA 5. I mean, there should be at least a warning label saying, hey, shouldn't have your child under such and such an age playing this game, shouldn't have your child under such and such an age going into this establishment. Locking parents up, charging them, no, I don't agree with that. Listen, I'm a constitutionalist first and foremost, so listen, how you raise your children is how you raise your children. I can make my suggestions, I can make my opinion, but at the end of the day, you're free to raise your kids any way you want to. Well, I shouldn't say that, not 100%. I'm sure there are limits to illegal stuff, but other than that,
is this guy American Alan Partridge?
Parents like that, not at all.
This is American Alan Partridge, isn't it?
That's cool of you. I appreciate you.
We're gonna wrap up. We're gonna start with Loner Box for outro statements.
It's kind of interesting to see how Republicans push legislation in this way then, because they drum up the outrage with whatever was posted on Twitter, especially always during Pride Month, incidentally, and then they get the outrage and they get the fights all happen online.
If you search Maddie Cakes,
I can't imagine that many conservatives would actually support the legislation they're pushing through, though. But that's how they do it.
Twitch.
It's kind of interesting to see how that works, because it seems like every conservative or right-leaning person here doesn't like it, and rightly so. It's fucking insane. Yeah, I learned something new. Anyway.
Preacher?
Is the preacher man?
Not every Republican is a conservative, so you are going to have some.
Some of them are rhinos.
As a conservative, any conservative should understand that's not a conservative stance to push legislature like that. Now, I in my opinion, children at drag shows, the sexual drag shows. I'm not talking about the ones that are good shows that clean, wholesome messaging and all that, or doing like a share impersonation.
Drag for Jesus.
Or anything like that. I'm talking about the ones that are the burlesque strip type. I don't believe children should be at them. Maybe that's my personal opinion. I do believe it can be corruptive of minors. But again, that's my belief. That's my opinion. I don't believe that the law should be cracking down on it, though.
Hang on, what does Preacher have on his thing?
I'm gonna
there?
throw
Is that
this
a
over
head?
to Maddie.
Hang on a minute. I'm gonna zoom in on this shit.
Drag shows
He has like a
are
head
not
on his-
harmful to kids, especially when you are going to a drag show that is not sexual in nature, and they are not all
He has like a-
sexual. Just like not every
Is
dance
that James
performance is
Lindsay's
sexual.
head?
Just not every concert.
Look,
is
he's got
sexual.
like a head on his.
There's
thing.
a
What the
wide
f-
variety of drag performers who are incredible artists, and there are zero
It's a
studies
grooming
showing
kit.
that any harm
It looks like James Lindsay's head.
done to kids by being exposed to that. In fact, as Aston very intelligently pointed out,
Look, that's James
there are
Lindsay's fucking
so many
head.
studies showing the complete opposite. That actually having exposure
That's
to
wild.
people of different gender identities, different gender expressions, in fact, is a good thing for the psychological and emotional development of children. It's just sad that this happens to be the thing that people want to stigmatize this year and demonize and blame. You know, if you care about helping kids, protecting kids, that's a noble thing. That's a noble aim. You should absolutely do that. And interestingly, 19 kids were just recently murdered in their classroom. There's a lot you can do to protect kids like that don't involve demonizing LGBTQ plus people.
Fucking true.
So if you're truly serious about protecting kids, do something that is attacking something that's actually harming them, where there's evidence that there is tangible harm being done. Because if you cannot prove tangible material harm, if there's no data backing up what you are arguing, then you are simply fear-mongering. And that fear-mongering is harming people. It is harmful. And I guess,
30 seconds.
I'll finish by saying this. Yeah, it was a real fucking dick move, Fabian, to allude that the reason I support drag queens is because I've had abortions. That message in your opening statement is really fucking out of line, and you truly should be ashamed of yourself.
Fabian.
No shame here, boys. So anyways, in terms of
He
what
doesn't have shame.
what we're talking about here,
He's shameless.
is drag inherently sexual? Drag is inherently sexual because a majority of these performances are about increasing the exposure of secondary sexual characteristics amongst men that are dressing up. Yes, there's some form of artistic drag that does not engage in those same things, but this is not what we're talking about when we're talking about children being exposed to drag and drag events. No one is mad because their kids went to a concert where a man looked like Liza Minnelli and sang Liza Minnelli songs, right? So
I'd be mad
to
about
say
that.
well, that's drag and therefore drag
'Cause
isn't inherently
those songs
sexual
are shit.
is to not recognize that the definition encompasses both, and that both of these things and that the ones that we are concerned about is obviously that. On the second half of that, my argument is still that there is a gender ideology that is pervasive and extremely
Gender
harmful
Marxism.
to children and trans people as well, that is being promulgated by media, by our education system, by academics in the school, in our school systems, and to parents that are, unfortunately useful idiots for the cause of gender ideology. We had recent, review in International Review of Psychiatry, 2016, not 2018, it's a different study. Where they did a review and they found that somewhere between 60% and 98% of children desist, right? And so when you are talking about a community that is
That's a lie.
heavily
That's a
that has
lie.
extremely high suicidality rates, that has high amounts of comorbidities, and you are pushing children with an ideology into this where their comorbidities are not being taken seriously because their psychotherapy is being pushed towards gender dysphoria instead of actually dealing with their problems. You are increasing suicidality. You are killing children. You are giving them medication that they don't need, such as Lupron, which is killing children. You are killing children when you support this large idea that gender is just a social construct, guys. It's not based in biology at all. And it's like, it can mean whatever we want it to mean. And why can't we just have more drag shows for the children? You are engaging in things that is harming trans people and is harming children. And yes, I give a fuck about harm. And I think that parents that are intentionally harming their children have neglected their children. And at a certain point, we have to discuss, like, where is the best place for these children? The laws that are occurring now, are draconian. They're not targeted well, and they're not dealing with the issue. And unfortunately, so I just can't support them.
Kevin.
Fabian Liberty is a genuinely terrible human being. He and people like him will eventually have the blood of any number of queer people on his hands. I'm just going to put that out there now. Fuck that guy. Conservatives don't actually care about the well-being of children. If they did, they wouldn't have supported Donald Trump or Matt Gaetz or Roy Moore or any number of other horrific pederasts over the course of time. They don't care. They have maybe shed more than crocodile tears over the children killed in Uvalde, rather than, frankly, laughing at people's attempts to try and stop that from happening in the future. They don't care. Abortions are based as fuck. Queer people are based as fuck. Trans people are based as fuck. Gender Marxism is based as fuck. Gender ideology is based as fuck. At least in part because it annoys this prick over here. So, checkmate.
You pointed towards Lonerpox.
Not on my screen.
God, I thought over to Biggs.
Yeah, so to kind of just to say what I said before, I don't care what people want to do with their own kids, right? Like, I don't really care. If you want to take your kids to sexually explicit drag shows, that's fine. But I also agree that there are types of things where they're not sexually explicit. There are things, like I said, high school pep rallies and stuff like that. But the issue that I have is the overall propagation of this idea that these alternative lifestyles are going to be a net positive for children. And we've seen a huge boom, like
alternative lifestyles.
Like Scott said,
it's not anti-gay.
There's been
it's
an
just
exponential growth
alternative
for
lifestyles.
LGBT identifying people. And then when you look at that, along with the
Globo Homo,
specifically in places where these
Globo Homo, everyone, let's go.
Heavily, like California,
let's get the fucking Globo Homos in chat. Let's fucking go.
And stuff like that, where these things are pushed. And then to tie that to the
private drag shows at home would be weird.
The highest percentage of
that
people
would be a
in
bit
those communities
odd.
Identify as bisexual. And one of the things
surely in the private home it would be more open to abuse, wouldn't it?
45% of bisexual women attempt or consider attempting suicide. 35% for men. 30% for lesbians. 25% for gay men. So when you're putting these things in children's minds, I think there is harm being done, regardless of what you guys believe. When you put these ideas in children's heads, you put these things.
So let's attack them. That'll bring down the suicide rate.
These life paths that promulgate higher suicide rates.
Clown shoes.
And that's it.
Absolute clown shoes.
Aston?
Okay.
Get ready for Puggies.
Let's take a second and let's dissect a couple of things, because it's unfortunate the amount of things. I think several of the people on this panel are well-meaning, not Fabian, obviously, but the other people. And the fact is you're actually being lied to a lot about that information. The number of gay people, LGBTQ members in California is 4.8%. Not 40% or whatever the hell.
Good for you, 255.
The number of gay people has increased marginally. It's increased between I think 3 and 5%, right? Nationally, it's not some huge wave of it.
The number
it's
of
really
queer people
just the
hasn't
amount
gone
of
up that
LGBTQ
much. It's
people
just the number
allowed
of people
to
comfortable
actually
being
acknowledge
out
that they're LGBTQ in neutral spaces that's going up. That's what's happening. It's not a case of there's now more people being turned into LGBTQ members. We've done studies on this exact thing. We've seen
there isn't a recent influx
kids
of
exposed to
cock love.
gender nonconforming people. Do
Much
they
to my
have
chagrin.
a higher chance of becoming gender nonconforming? And the answer is no, they don't. We've done a million studies on that, and there's just no information to back this. I think that this comes from a lot of I understand the feeling that exposing kids to sexuality is bad, but I think that, again, we just don't have the data to support it. Unfortunately, guys like Fabian are going to, who don't have degrees in experimental psychology, so they don't know how these studies and things work.
He has a degree
don't actually,
in Ayn Rand.
will use information to kind of
in
peddle their own
Ayn
version of
Randology.
pseudoscience. I think it's very important that instead of
You put
listening
some
to guys
respect
like
on
that,
him.
you listen to actual
He's one
people
of
in
the
the field that
foremost
have done work and published work and are
Randologists
peer reviewed, not
on the interwebs.
guys like that. But I think I think further, and that's why also the information that's being said is like these weird misnomers of terrible studies that are usually thrown out, not peer reviewed. You can actually, unlike Fabian, I'll actually go into the methodology and tell you specifically what part of the methodology is wrong.
So you gotta
the
call these
suicidality
cunts
thing,
out, man.
actually, people that get gender affirming care, it depends on the environment. When we actually do a regressional study to see if it's actually the environment or if it's just gay people or whatever, we actually find it's the gender affirming part that actually increases and decreases suicidality before and after transition. Those transition, if they actually receive gender affirming care and have a gender affirming environment, they actually lower the amount of suicidality. So if you want to save lives, you want people not to commit suicide, affirm their care, affirm their gender, be respectful. Super easy.
Okay.
Yeah,
now I'm
going
going to go into the next topic, which is aid to Ukraine.
I mean, I've never
Recently, the Biden administration announced over another $1 billion in aid to Ukraine. This includes anti-ship missiles, artillery, missiles, over 36,000 rounds of ammunition for those artillery systems, and humanitarian aid of a separate amount, I believe. So I think it was 250 million. So the question to the room is, do you think that the Biden administration should continue to send more aid to Ukraine as the country continues to fight off the Russian invasion? We also have Tiberius filling in for Turk, who left. We're going to start with Lonerbox.
Can I address a point that was made in the last opening statement?
During this the niche rules of Hippy Dippy.
Yeah.
During the opening statement of any next topic is the last time you can address the last topic. So technically, yes, but do try to keep intros short, please.
Oh, it'll be short, yeah. Fabian, you mentioned that study about like 60 to 90% of trans kids desisting. I've read that whole thing. What they classed as desisting was whether or not they turned up for a next appointment, as in they were referred and X number didn't turn up, meaning that that's it. They were referred and they didn't turn up, meaning they just chose not to. 38 out of the 127 kids sampled had already been designated as sub-threshold, and they were counted in the sample anyway. They were counted as not passing the threshold for gender identity disorder, and they were classed anyway as desisters. So them turning up to an appointment and then getting a referral and then not turning up to the next appointment is classed as desistance. That's just classed as that's the system doing its job. It controlled for kids who were at least going to turn back up for more appointments to find out if they actually needed the therapy. So that study's I don't know why people cite that. I guess because the word desist was used very maliciously. Giving aid to Ukraine is based. America's done a lot of bad shit in the past. They should do a redemption arc, and it starts here.
Next, I'm going to throw it over to Fabian Liberty. Why not?
Yeah, link us up.
Why not?
Hook me
it's
up.
not a study; it's a meta-analysis of 10 studies. But we can go over it some other time. It's opening statements on Ukraine. So,
Ukraine
I think that we are in a war with Russia. We just haven't declared it. I think how much money have we given?
Yeah, life rates
so
are good.
far is 4.26 billion. We're going to add another billion. We've given them high mobility artillery rocket systems, 1,400 Stingers and plus anti-aircraft systems, 6,500 Javelins, 20,000 other anti-armor systems, 121 Phoenix Ghost tactical, and the list goes on and on. Helicopters, etc. We're spending massive amounts of money to support this war in the hopes that they can defeat Russia. I don't know that I know enough about it or have a crystal ball to determine whether or not that will be successful. But ultimately, Congress didn't declare a war, and we are funding a war for the military-industrial complex. This is inherently wrong and unconstitutional. And from my position, an anti-war position, I don't see how it's somehow helpful or good that we engage in making large, weapons, munitions systems extremely rich so that we can protect some forms of interest and, risk further war with Russia and egging them on as they, do what is obviously an invasion of Ukraine that is, immoral and wrong. But engaging in this is begging for war with Russia. And begging for more conflict and more problems. And in my opinion, I'll take the controversial opinion of Noam Chomsky. I think it's just delaying the inevitable, which is the defeat of Ukraine by Russia, so that more Ukrainian people can suffer, so that people can die for Europe and their interests, and large corporations and institutions that want to blame their horrible economic policy on COVID and things of that nature, locking down their countries so that they can blame all of the inflation and all the horrible economic practices that help get the rich richer and keep the poor and the middle class under the thumb of these people. And they're using it as an excuse. So I think it's wrong. I think it's evil. And I think it's also just happens to be completely unconstitutional.
Next, I'm going to throw it over to Tiberius.
I don't know who this guy is, by the way.
Cool. Sorry, how do I mute there? Yeah. So my thoughts on Ukraine is that we spent 54 billion so far. We're going to tack another one onto that.
Yeah.
I've made a lot of claims regarding Ukraine and my personal thoughts on this show as it is. I think the Russians aren't going to stop Ukraine. I think that they are going to go for the knockout blow on the NATO alliance as a whole, even though they will lose because they think that they if they don't win the war today. That in 20 years or so that they're going to be a hollowed out shell of what they used to be. And you can see that in their glorious decline since the Soviet Union is that they get weaker and weaker upon year after year. And so I think that Fabian is right in a way that we are in an undeclared war, but it is one that we absolutely need to participate in because it's not ending with Ukraine if that war ends there. They will go to Poland, they will go to Romania, they will go to the Baltic states. So it's either, to me, the choice is we abandon Europe, we abandon our NATO allies, and we get the hell out of Dodge, or we stay in the fight and we protect what we call liberal democracy and stand by our values and help out the fight. Yeah, that's pretty much a no-brainer for me, is that I'm sticking in with the fight. I think that's what our forebears fought for, whether they were fighting the fascists in World War II or they fought the communist bloc for 45 years. That undoes everything that they did and everything that they stood for, and we claim to stand for. So yeah, I would love to take the fight onto the Russians. Along with that,
Aston.
Oh wow, an opinion on Ukrainian aid. Yeah, I don't know. There's some things here where it's like I want to disagree with the framing that I think Russia won't stop. Russia is right now. Putin's actually becoming increasingly unpopular among the oligarchy class in Russia, and it is actually one of the first times we've ever seen possible political consequence to Putin's actions. Now, whether that turns into anything, it's too complicated a situation that I think for any of us, I don't think any of us have backgrounds in Russian history or the current affairs in Russian oligarchs. But I have heard from, people that claim to be experts in the field that there is a breaking between Putin. Now, about the aid, how does that affect aid? I don't know. I think that the aid we give them is we should take their refugees. Honestly, that's really what we should do. I'm really sick of watching refugees get kicked out of England, for example. Not trying to throw shade, but that's what's happening, and we're no better. We'd probably do the exact same thing here. So what I want and what the United States will do, probably two different things. I would love to take those refugees and use we've seen the impact of immigration on the United States, the incredible boost that it has to the economy, the incredible increase that we have to productivity as a result. It seems like a win-win. And then, I don't know, keep selling them javelins or send javelins. The Russian military, an excuse to slowly, have American weapons destroy Russian weapons until both of us have less weapons is kind of cool. I don't really think they're going to press the button on the nuke, though. I don't think Putin has the support for it. So, that's my thought.
Maddie?
In general, I think it's been a good thing that the United States has provided aid to Ukraine because the existential threat that Russia is serving as not only against Ukraine, but just against Europe in general. If people think that they're going to stop at Ukraine without meaningful resistance, you have another thing coming. And that's also why you're seeing a lot of these European countries reaffirm their support for Ukraine. In fact, France just reaffirmed earlier this week when Macron visited Ukraine and was on the ground, and he made a few statements to the press that were the strongest words, the strongest rhetoric that he's ever had against Russia. But one thing that I am it's troubling for me is that when you see how much the United States is willing to drop on a dime to send to provide military aid or funding for another country, it kind of makes any claims for things that we're trying to do domestically, saying we don't have the funds, we just don't have the money, where are we going to get the money? It makes those claims ring especially hollow, because at the end, at the end of the day, it is a good thing to help a sovereign nation defend their sovereignty against an invading force, especially one like Russia and Putin. But when you think about how much we are leaving on the table or neglecting to address domestically under the guise of not having the funding, then when you see billions of dollars being shipped abroad, it's troubling. And that to me is where I'm having a lot of trouble with this. And it's not trouble in disagreeing with that spending, but more so saying, hey, if we can dredge up the funds to go do this, why the hell can't we fund a better social program for universal pre-K, or start expanding access to something like Medicare? Because all those claims of, well, we don't have the funds, are clearly bullshit.
Preacher
man.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and take this. We had a great man amongst us who was recently passed, who was a geopolitical genius from lived experience, and I'm hoping I do him justice here. I am not geopolitical at all. I agree with Tiberius. It's not about Ukraine. It never has been about Ukraine. As Colonel Dan always said, it's about the mustard-colored countries. The countries who have already joined NATO that were not supposed to, according to treaties and agreements, and Ukraine was just a tripping point, finally, that pissed off Putin. Should we be sending them money? I always ask, how much can we do before we're considered involved? And it doesn't matter what any of us think. It matters what does Putin think. And I'm sure Putin already sees us as involved, so we're involved. I believe our money, send them some military supplies, I agree with, but our money at a time when our country is really dragging right now. We could use a couple dollars here at home. I'm just saying. If your own backyard is on fire, don't be throwing buckets to the house down the road, is all I'm saying. There's much use for money here, but at the same time, we do want to help them militarily, and maybe with the all that tech stuff that I am not a genius at. I don't know about the tech stuff, but help them that way. It's just, man, that's a lot of money we've sent over there. But at the same time, where's Putin stop? If he takes Ukraine, he's not. Okay, I got Ukraine. Everything's good. I'm going home now. No, he ain't stopping there. He'll keep moving forward. So, I guess, like Tiberius said, we've got to be involved. I'll leave it at that.
Kevin?
Firstly, Ashton, don't feel remotely annoyed about throwing shade at the British government. They're garbage. I mean, they're fucking trash. No one will throw more shade at the British government than me. We should be taking in far more Ukrainian refugees. The fact that Poland has taken millions and we allow a tiny trickle in is genuinely fucking shameful. Anyway, a lot of people have made the points I was going to make, so I'll actually address... I don't want to make this too personal, but I will address my erstwhile sparring partner, Fabian. There's an attitude from some people who want to call themselves anti-war, which frankly sickens me rather. The people who are outright in favour of Putin stooges, of which Fabian is not one, I'm not accusing him of that, are at least honest in their disgusting attitude of essentially just telling the Ukrainian people to roll over and just take domination from a foreign power. The kind of slightly halfway house attitude of some people, exhibited by Fabian, of, well, they should just roll over and just take it because maybe they'll lose, or maybe there'll be a lot of destruction. The Ukrainian people and the Ukrainian government have decided they want to engage in this fight, and I think the civilized world should do all it can to try and help them in that effort. I think probably the best outcome for everyone would be that ultimately Vladimir Putin gives way to the cancer that's obviously riddled in his body. Fingers crossed for Conrad Melanoma, is all I say.
That's hilarious.
I got to over to Biggs.
All right, so I am actually very anti-interventionist overall. One of the problems I have with America being basically the world police is that we just end up spending so much of our resources for things that these countries could probably pay for themselves. But yet they have these things like, well, why can't Americans have universal health care like Europe does? Why can't we have all these entitlements that these people in Europe do? Well, it's because we fund their shit, right? If you look at just the Ukraine aid, I'm just looking, I don't know how accurate these statistics are from Politica, but basically we are spending 6 times as much as the entire EU combined in aid to Ukraine, yet we are 73% of the population of Ukraine, or not of the EU, not Ukraine. Sorry. So I just think it's a bit ridiculous that the U.S. has to play this role as the basically fund everybody else's conflicts. Now that doesn't mean I don't agree with the defense of Ukraine in general, but I think it's a bit ridiculous that we have to pay so much as American citizens and taking American taxes and basically American debt on our country to the tune of something like we already paid like I think 25 billion and we're slated for over 42 billion. So we haven't even paid half of what we're looking at, and we're just printing money, all while we're actually in a huge recession currently, and our gas prices are absurd, and the inflation is absurd, and all these things that like actual Americans are actually struggling to survive are concerned, and that's where I have a problem with this. Now, I don't want to say that I don't think we should support our other countries, but especially when it's a country that we literally have no obligation to, politically, legally, logistically at all. They're not part of NATO. They're not part of the EU even. So I just think it's a bit ridiculous that America is expected to be this world police, this world power, while we're struggling, while we're falling apart, while we're collapsing. I think that there are ways that we can improve our relations with these other countries, but part of that comes from knowing that we are legitimately funding other countries' benefits while we are suffering. And that's where I think a lot of Americans have a problem, especially conservatives, independents, and libertarians. And I think that that's where the issue lies. If we can find ways to get these other countries, especially in the EU, to pull their own weight, I think it will be better overall for not only America, but for the world in general. And I think that's where we're faltering.
Okay, obviously, everybody... What, Aston?
Oh, no, go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Okay. I think everybody obviously knows my position on it. I take the same position as my favorite Turkish policeman. And so I'll just give it up to everybody else to discuss this.
Yeah.
I'll do my best to moderate this unbiasedly.
I was going to say, let's reach across. I was just going to reach across the aisle to Biggs and say I think you've got a very good point that the EU is not really pulling its weight in a number of ways. Countries like Germany, especially, have been frankly fucking disgusting in making
1.5 billion
promising. Well, they've been promising all of this aid. They'll say we're announcing a new package of aid, and then the German government will completely flake out on it and not produce it. And they say Schultz, frankly, has let the civilized world down. I think it's a fucking embarrassment, and it's not a good start to his chancellorship.
Yeah. I wanted to actually say a couple of things to Biggs. Once again, I appreciate a lot of your. So I appreciate everybody's responses. Actually, we were pretty good on this one in general. But I did appreciate a lot of the stuff you were saying, especially about funding. Here's one thing: we did promise that if they denuclearize, that we'd protect them. That was a promise that we made. I'm not saying that do we need to uphold that promise? What does it mean to uphold that promise? That's a question I can give out to the panel, but I do want to say for a matter of fact that we did say that. And the other thing that's interesting that I don't think any of us thought about, we're sitting here saying, okay, spending 60 billion, which is true. Like, we are spending extra money. We're not, but how would you feel if we didn't spend that money and just gave them $60 billion worth of our equipment? if we actually reduced our spending by 70 billion, like, and just gave it to them or whatever, we're still like the largest military by like not even close. Like, it's not even like a race, you know what I mean? So we could honestly just hand them material. How do you feel about that if it didn't
well,
cost
so here's the
anything?
deal with that specifically. I mean, I do agree that would be better, because if you're actually using the stuff we've already created here through our own, we've already paid our own people for those creations, whether it be missiles, whether it be tanks, blah blah blah, whatever. So that's good. So we're actually putting money into our economy to pay for those things. But the issue is then, if we have that, like, are we going to take what we already have and give it to them, or are we going to have to influence
this is
new,
can
new
I just
increased production, or what do you actually refer?
Well, they had well, can I just interject, because there was an actual example of this with was it MiG fighters at the sort of roughly towards the beginning of the thing, where
was that Poland, or
that was in Poland, but essentially they were going to say Poland were going to send them to Ukraine, and America was essentially going to backfill with new stock, but there's some hesitancy on the basis that if you give direct aid in that form rather than financial aid, which they can then decide to...
We were going to give NATO resources to a non-NATO country and then replenish those NATO resources by U.S.-backed production.
Yeah, exactly. But that would potentially step over the line to the point of being a direct combatant, which people were worried about.
And I think that whole thing is kind of a facade. Because, I mean, to be honest, like, I don't see how anybody could say that we are not a direct combatant. It's just absurd. Like, well, I mean, I know it's not like we're not having our own troops or our own direct equipment necessarily. We are buying whatever through third parties, whatever, to send them those javelins, to send them those missiles, to send them those anti-tank things, whatever. But I think the issue comes is that, like, how much should America, and I know you're European, Kevin, but how much should America be responsible when you literally have the people that are right on the doorstep not stepping up and footing the bill to these, like, huge amounts that America is? It just seems to me the next highest person, like, okay, I just want to put this in perspective real quick. $25.76 billion United States. The next closest is the UK at $2.5 billion. That's a tenfold difference. To me, that's absurd. Well, that's a problem.
Yeah, well, I think I agree with...
Because I wanted to answer that question a little earlier. Can I ask if we reach across the aisle? Because I think we all are hitting at a problem the more that I think about it. The reality is this aid thing is much like, I work as an activist, right? And any activist that works on the ground will tell you that the nonprofit game, nonprofit organizations, is a racket. Any government aid given to communities oftentimes is given to...
I work for a nonprofit. No, not all nonprofits, buddy.
Not all nonprofits, but you understand that there's a ton of nonprofits.
Yeah. I understand what you're saying. There are some.
Yeah, exactly.
Hashtag,
and the point here is, in this situation, aren't we talking about government contracts being awarded? Like, really, aren't we talking about, like, our military lobby, like our military contracts fulfilling these? So basically, we're just enriching, like, the guys that build stuff at our own expense. Once again, this is how we always do.
And I disagree with that as well. Yes, I still disagree with that.
I think there's a lot of common ground here. Actually.
Yeah, but on Can I answer a question from earlier, please? Let's just really quick.
Yeah, go for
it. About the amount. So obviously, America is much richer than any individual EU country, because EU countries are also independently as well.
Right, but there's way more EU countries as a per capita.
No, but like EU countries are also pledging, like, independently of the EU. So there's the EU budget, and then there's the EU countries, but like independent countries, which is different. So if you look at commitments as a share of GDP, the top country is not the United States. Top three is Estonia, Latvia, and Poland.
Yes.
Poland, which is at third, is twice as much as a percentage of GDP than the United States, and very slightly behind United States as a proportion is Lithuania and then United Kingdom.
This is the issue. So I'm actually an accountant, so I understand. Right. I understand the share of GDP, but when you talk about things like countries that literally have, like, what's the actual population of Estonia? Right?
Seven.
It's like something like a state of America.
7 people. 7.
Yeah, right. So I mean, I understand when you talk about percentages. That's an issue, like, when it comes to, like, things like actual statistics and accounting and things like that. Like, you can conflate numbers and make things look bigger than others and stuff like that. Like, what I'm saying is, when you're talking about, like, real value and stuff like that, like, what Estonia is actually inputting to the conversation here is so minuscule in the actual grand scheme of things that what they're actually providing is so small that it would be almost insignificant, right? Well, even though it's a huge percentage of their GDP, it still is insignificant compared to the whole.
It's also important to add that, like, Estonia and Latvia have way more skin in the game than fucking America in terms of, like, the existential threat of, like, Russia winning in Ukraine. right? I mean, I think we can all kind of just like recognize that as like
true,
no,
but
I think
geographic proximity.
Value in Ukraine that would go to Russia that would inevitably threaten the United States. I think there's
well, not just that, but
that's why we're having this war in the first place. Is the resources there?
But true, but also as NATO nations, and I'm no fan of NATO, but the way it's structured, America would be potentially legally, if not necessarily morally, or not necessarily actually, on the hog to protect those nations should Russia come for them as well.
Yeah, because that's like you can be the thing you were saying was like you were saying countries pulling their weight. So yeah, like Estonia as a proportion of GDP is like 4 times as much as the United States.
It just doesn't have any fucking weight.
They have nothing, and they're giving.
So your second thing was like, why would the United States do that? Well, according to like maybe you don't agree with like the United States establishment or whatever, but I guess to them is like they've spent a lot of they've invested a lot of resources into like the entire like Eastern Bloc post 1991, and that's about protecting that. It's about
they help contribute to the rebuilding of those societies, right?
Yeah.
Well, another issue we run into is the complete reliance that the EU has on the Russian oil, the Russian infrastructure, the Russian power grid. Like,
true,
I think, I know you have that. Is that a German flag in the background, Kevin?
No, it's a Spanish one. It's from like 100 years ago.
I don't know. I always thought it was.
No, that's fair.
Anyways, but countries like
Germany, wrong orientation.
But countries like Germany,
that flag is actually really on topic today, considering the topic, right?
Yeah, it's syndicalist.
Isn't that the that has to do with the Spanish Civil War?
It does, yes.
Probably.
And the Spanish, of course, the Spanish communists and socialists and anarchists had a lot of international volunteers.
Well, it's literally the International Brigade, yeah.
Oh yeah.
But what I was saying was, is like countries like Germany have literally like shut down their nuclear power plants and reliance of Russian oil and reliance of foreign oil in Saudi Arabia, Russia.
What I will say in defense of the EU, again, not a massive fan of the EU, but regardless, they have for a long time they have been far too reliant, and Britain is the same, unfortunately, far too reliant on Russian oil.
The whole EU is,
but
and Britain.
well, and Britain, because we're not in the EU anymore. But what they have done is, and I hope they stick to this, by the end of, is it this year or next year? I forget. They're going to they've made the pledge to completely cut off Russian oil from their oil stocks, which I don't know if they're going to be able to do that, but
they're not going to be able to. But
well, I mean, we'll wait and see. Maybe America could help us out. I don't know, but regardless, that's still a good plan if nothing else.
Right.
And being able
to
wait. Okay, everybody's trying to talk at the same time, so we're gonna go in the order. Loaderbox, you were trying to say something earlier, but I think you kind of got smothered a little bit, so I want you to be able to finish that point. And I'm going to just start. Everybody keep your hands up, and I'll tell you when to put the hands down, so I put everybody down on the list, okay? Loner.
I did get smothered, yeah. I mean, it's like, again, not to defend the entire American system, but it's like, it's kind of what's possible as well, because like the spending bill for like the $40 billion, that got like, what, 86 to 11 in the Senate? So it's like, okay, assuming that $40 billion didn't get the vote from Republicans and Democrats, then what, are you going to, is there any like, is there any...
Get the votes.
So why am I echoing? Preacher, I'm echoing.
I know, Preacher, you're...
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so I don't know, like, if that money doesn't go to Ukraine, like, I don't know what kind of, like, 40 billion redistributive bills are going to get bipartisan support in this Senate, you know?
No, it's just more on the massive, huge mountain of debt in America that they're never, ever going to pay back. It's not possible to pay that amount of money back. So they just add on more, and eventually it's going to they're going to have to do something about it. Just go, fuck it. It's not there anymore.
Which is why I think it's not really right to look at it like this as if it's like we're pulling out of the American bucket that would otherwise have gone to what, like hospitals and shit. Like, yeah,
well, I mean, that's the thing when people say, and I'm not necessarily accusing anyone here, but when some conservatives will say, well, we need to look after our own first. So let's get rid of homelessness in America then. No, that's socialism. Like, I mean, oh, come on then. Don't fucking pretend that you want to focus on domestic issues instead, because you don't give a fuck about that either. You just don't want to spend any money, which, at least if you're honest about, I can take that seriously.
That's a false equivalency because you're using your own framework to determine how conservatives view the best way to tackle these issues are, right? Agree or disagree economically from a neoclassical and Austrian perspective, or from like, a more conservative classical economic perspective, or, a Keynesian or modern monetary theory, right? Like, but what you're doing is you're using your own framework to say, if conservatives cared, they would support government programs to stop things with that money. Whereas conservatives do care. They just think that the effective way to do this is to reduce taxation.
Is to just wish the problem away. Yeah.
It's not about wishing the problem away. If you're just going to be this disingenuous, then like I'm just going to fucking ignore you.
Stay on topic.
Okay, wait. I just want wait. I don't want to make sure. Wait. We don't want to get off topic. Okay?
Yes, we fucking do.
Okay, well, I don't want you to get off topic. Okay, so we have a list of people: Tiberius, Preacher, Maddie, and Fabian. So I'm going to start with Tiberius.
Yeah, cool. So I'm gonna kind of stand all bridge to Biggs because he's a good friend of mine. Unfortunately, he's already gone. But when it comes down to it, for me and for the audience, is that when we're dealing with the cost, right? I get it. $50 billion here, you know, it's not exactly a small chunk of change. You know, you multiply this by 10, you've got almost the entire education budget. On the other side of this is that even me being more fiscally conservative, I'm like, hey, look, this is probably saving money in the long term because I've seen history. Europe, when we let it do its shit, eventually breaks down into a colossal fucking mess that we have to clean up every generation or two. And basically, the long story short is, whether you're talking about the Napoleonic Wars, World War I, World War II, is that basically without Boss Daddy America there to tell them what to fucking do, this isn't going to work out very well for them. And so for me, this is an investment ahead of time instead of behind time, where it's like, look, it's $100 billion to maybe beat the Russians in Ukraine, but that doesn't mean we're fighting them in Poland 10 years from now, where your sons and daughters are dying, or your friends are dying, in one of the largest wars in history. I'd rather not do that again, because that's literally been a lot of their history.
That's a very American view of world history, by the way. Like, we were slaughtering people long before America was there.
USA. Preacher?
Yeah, like I said, I have no problem with the military assistance with the equipment and stuff. My issue is this: the people of Ukraine love them, support them, and unfortunately, they're going to be the real victims here because at the end of this,
255, you're awesome.
Retire
Just
and deal with his cancer and live in a mansion. And Zelensky's probably going to sit somewhere in a mansion, and it's going to be the people digging through the rubble, finding their dead loved ones and stuff, and trying to rebuild. Military assistance, I don't mind, and I totally understand that. I have issue with giving a corrupt government this much money, and I don't know how they're tracking where it's going, where it's not going, but that's where I take issue is why are we sending so much money to a government that's so corrupt? Is it going to be getting to the people? Because that's who I care about, the people. I care less about the government. It's the people I actually give a crap about.
Also, can I just say, America was in the war, the Napoleonic Wars. The Louisiana Purchase funded a lot of that shit. Just saying.
Okay, Maddie?
Yeah, I guess I just wanted to... Sorry, I totally fucking lost my point, my train of thought. There was a lot to comment there. Just thinking about like how it's not okay, like we shouldn't be getting involved. I think what threw me off was this notion that the United States has been like the savior of Europe a bunch of times, which is very silly. Because sure, there was World War I and World War II, but we're only a country because France bailed us out and helped us in the Revolutionary War. And then when they went into debt because of their involvement, we turned around and we're like, hey, what if we buy this shit ton of land for pennies on the dollar and like contributed?
Based Maddie has accepted the reality that America needs to come back into the fold and embrace Mother England again. Yeah. Absolutely.
The outcome's the same, you know.
I'm on record asking Kevin to please take us back.
The outcome's the same, all right. Like, if you think it's America's job to police Europe and all that because you leave us alone for 5 minutes and we fuck ourselves up, that's fine. But then also, if you're guilty for the Iraq War and Libya and shit, then the outcome's the same. You know, it's either way.
Wait, Maddie, does that mean you want the leader of the country to be Boris Johnson?
I'm more of a fan of the frail old woman.
Well, technically, he was actually born in America.
Are you talking about the Queen?
Actually, he was born. Yeah. Literally, Boris Johnson was actually born in New York City. So you'd still have an American leader, technically.
The problem is the next one's going to be Charles. It's going to be a fucking shit show from then on.
She's dead. She's been dead. She's been dead months. They've been fucking weekend.
I'm talking about Charles. I said Charles. Yeah. So
he's been dead as well.
Either it's the whole monarchy hinges on a frail old lady and a little baby. Well, I guess he's not really a baby anymore, and that's honestly considering some of like the major politicians in the United States. I'm like,
Loner.
I also wanted to push back on the idea that supporting the war is, or funding Ukraine is kind of like prolonging the suffering or whatever. I felt like I heard that once or twice. Like, the Ukrainians don't want to surrender. They saw what happened in Bucha to people who surrender. Like, it's either they put up a
255
of a fight that they're doing now.
255, chill out, man. Seriously, you're a valued member of this community. Just fucking relax. You're drunk. I would advise maybe going to bed. Make sure you drink lots of water, and come back. Well, technically later today if I stream later today.
No,
it's all good, man. Just relax.
Do you think they're gonna win?
So, real quick, just to Maddie's point, I am not combining the United States and the UK ever, because we're already ruining Premier League soccer. I don't need more influence of Americans in British sports. Like, cut it out.
True.
I'm gonna throw it over to Fabian.
Yeah. So whether or not we should go into UK aside, I'm hearing a lot of conversation about like how we think the war will go. What do we think our economy will be? And it's something that I think is just so sad about our current political state, is that we have completely philosophically just given up everything to the left, and we do everything now through this bullshit moral framework. This is a moral question, and instead what we're doing is we're engaging only in the consequences and attempting to guess and future ball what the outcomes will be based off of both actions. The fact of the matter is we have a constitution, if you're a constitutional conservative, and we're engaged in war without declaring a war. And furthermore, I didn't sign any fucking contract. I didn't sign anything. I didn't make any fucking agreements for my money to be devalued by the fucking Fed, or for my money to be spent elsewhere so that you can go engage in your fucking proxy wars. Regardless of whether or not you think the war is righteous or unrighteous, I didn't agree to this, and my money didn't. At a time when the Fed is, increasing the interest rates by, doing a 0.75 hike, right?
100% increase in the last year.
Yet it's still under 2%.
Right.
No, it's at 6.5% now.
The idea that you can just like look at interest rates.
Oh my God,
like,
Matt, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Is like,
you don't know what the
not
fuck
a
you're
big
talking
deal.
about.
It's
I
like,
have a
no,
master's
like,
in economics.
One at a time, please.
So again, this, I didn't agree to this shit. Nobody in America agreed technically. They may agree themselves, but they didn't sign anything. The answer here is that if America wants to take in refugees, they should take in refugees. If NGOs want to support some type of efforts in Poland or dropping food or something like that. If Food Not Bombs wants to send food over to Ukraine, fuck yeah, let Food Not Bombs do that. And if a private mercenary company wants to take a fucking, a bank loans, voluntary, association of a bank loan from Ukraine at a high interest rate to come in there and support them with troops on the ground, then Halliburton or whatever other fucking company ought to put the fucking boots down on the ground along with them if they're going to get paid in the future. But the idea that my money and my taxes and my shit at a time when we're suffering is going to be stolen from me and stolen from my children with inflation is like somehow like, and that it doesn't even enter the moral conversation is fucking ridiculous. We're going to be $121 trillion in debt from entitlement spending alone by 2050.
Yeah, your ANCAP fucking rantings don't enter into the conversation because they're fucking stupid. Yeah.
Yeah,
the only argument you've had all night is stupid.
Because all you've said all night is stupid.
Yeah. Modern economists,
you're fucking joke,
talking about are pretty non sequiturs. But anyways, like we were saying, I think one of the issues that I have is like this conversation of like things are stolen. Hey, listen, the government can levy taxes. It's been that way since the 50s, 60s. We had a case, I think, in 1915 for it, right, or something like that. It's moved on. We're like so far past that if you want to start, going that route and levying that political action, but to pretend that it's not woven into our society at this point is really disingenuous. But
how am I disingenuous? I'm not pretending it's not woven into our society. Will you stop making up shit?
You just said that no one signed up for this, implying that did we sign up for any of the laws in the United States? Did I sign up for?
No, I'm a fucking anarchist.
I personally signed all of them.
So then it doesn't matter. So move on. Anyways. like you're like
got
you're
a serious
pretending
slave
this law is
mentality,
any
bro.
different than any other law the United States passes. Like that's a really dumb, like a really dumb way to talk. But anyways, I don't think that there's really a problem doing the aid thing, especially if we consider why don't we just use our own stuff? Like if you don't want to raise taxes for it, if you don't want to spend like government budget, we could just give money. But there's this really weird disingenuous thing where we're pretending that like the 60 billion is going to be used on something fucking else when it's not. It's just going to be like another tax.
Slave mentality is not exactly a fucking. That's not a dog whistle, is it? That's like just a straight up racism. Cool.
So it's like why
amazing.
Like this whole like weird.
And he wonders why I call him stupid.
We're talking about policies and outcomes from policies. That's why we're talking that way. That's why we're not making this weird moral thing that you keep accusing us of.
The question is, should we do it? My argument is no. I presented multiple reasons why we shouldn't. And for you to just go, oh, your philosophy wrong, bad, stupid, and like let's just engage in the consequences of fucking trying to predict the future of the outcomes of the war between Russia and Ukraine is far dumber than anything I've fucking said.
Yeah, because you're basically arguing that you want to like overhaul the entire system because like most like okay, so a majority of Americans, even from like
the question
yesterday,
is should we? The answer is no.
Okay. So the majority of Americans, as far as like even yesterday, still support money and weapons to Ukraine. This was like one of the most bipartisan votes you could get, like 83 in Congress. I mean, like, okay, I get it that you like don't, it doesn't fit with your moral framework because it's like the government taking your money to spend it on another thing. But I mean, like, okay, that's really interesting, but thankfully,
wait. Okay, sorry. That's just a lot going on.
Spending my money on war profiteering.
No.
Yeah, I'm just.
Let Lona respond. Then we'll throw it over. Wait. We're gonna let Lona respond. We'll go over the bigs. I see Aston also. Oh, Kevin. Okay, Aston and Kevin. I'm gonna write your names down.
Yeah, I'm just really happy that like Ukraine wasn't like an ANCAP country before this happened because like they would have been much more fucked a lot more quickly with no military and no budget and shit. So yeah, I don't know.
They'd have been a lot better off for sure.
Also, ANCAP country is a philosophically fixed phrase.
So I don't think I think you're equating what the vote of the you're equating the vote loaner box with the will of the American people. I don't think the majority of the American people believe that we should have given or pledged $40 billion to Ukraine.
They do.
Okay.
They support. The
I don't
arms.
think so.
They,
I don't
they,
think
they
that's
support
the
it. It's like I don't know how many polls you want.
So?
Like yeah.
Where's this?
Like
can you link me that? Can you link me that poll?
From Fox News like
Is it
yesterday.
A fucking popularity
60%
contest? What's right
in favor
wrong?
of. Yeah, like democracy. Yeah, 61% in favor, 30 opposed. I'll send it to you in chat, sure.
Yeah, second in chat.
I can find you more if you want.
I'm gonna go take a piss.
True. Based.
Democracy is tyranny, man. This is clown shoe stuff. Fuck me.
Okay, wait. Okay, let's move on. We got like 3 people on the list: Kevin, Aston, and then Preacher.
Yeah, no, actually, Fabian's gone, but I'll say it anyway. The idea that the government has to personally ask you and like get you to sign off on every fucking red cent that gets spent on something is just a farcical
It's not that.
notion.
It's we understand that the majority of the American electorate is fucking warmongers, right? Because it's good for their profitability and good for the profitability of their friends. We understand that. Yes, we do. We know that for a fact.
Based on what?
Based on everything from the last fucking 20 to 30 years.
Okay,
right?
but Biggs,
everything
I wasn't addressing
Bush,
you specifically.
all the way through Obama to now.
I was saying like
fucking Biden.
I was basically doing an ANCAP dunk because basically like
I know
Fabian Liberty thinks that like the post office is tyranny. Like he's a fucking idiot.
Who hasn't been?
I am not an ANCAP. Okay, so I'm not gonna stand for any of this what he says. But I will say that Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, to be fair, let's not like lump Biggs and Preacher in with Fabian here. I actually think they're trying to make reasonable points, so I like to respect.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, they're grown-ups. Yeah. Oh, I have to follow laws.
I like Fabian too, but I'm not an ANCAP for sure.
Well, I think also like what Fabian's saying, the whole thing where it's like we didn't sign off on something. Well, that's the whole point of a representative democracy, is that because it would be ridiculous to ask that every single American citizen sign off on every single piece of legislation decisions that are made. So the way representative democracy works is that you elect someone to act on your behalf as their constituents. Like that's because when like having every single person weigh in on every single thing is not scalable. It's stupid.
Tyranny.
Getting people to agree on pizza toppings, like a group of 5 people, and even that's going to be hard. You think they're going to agree on fiscal policy?
So what I want to keep coming back to is we're talking about cost, and I do understand the fear of cost, even though, like I keep pointing out, it's not like we're really, like Maddie said, it's not like there's anything bipartisan that's going to be used for, like, not like we can get any infrastructure builds or any healthcare or anything like that anyway. So, you know, but what I will say is we have to ask ourselves if we're going to talk about the moral question of what we're getting into here. I think the moral question more is like, does the United States keep its promises? We said something. We asked them, for the safety of the world, will you denuclearize? We promise to protect you. That was the statement we made to them. So the question, I think, at that point is like, what does it look like when we just abandon them, like we abandon a lot of our allies? Does that cause future issues where people know that we're not going to live up to our word and things, and then continue? Hopefully, because here's the thing: if we don't want to pay the military cost right now to deal with like the Ukraine, imagine dealing with all these different states that are building up nuclear arms because they don't buy that we are going to hold up our end of the deals that we make so that they don't have. Right? We're going to engage in more violent conflict, spend more money using more drone strikes to attack more groups of people. And I think that's kind of where it is. So I actually passed that question off to you, Biggs, because I think that you're reasonable. How do you feel about that statement, like that we made as a country?
Real quick, I just want to say super quick. Number one, countries aren't people, so countries can't make promises. And number two, apparently when I went to take a piss, y'all talked about ANCAP philosophy, and y'all are all pussies.
No, you got up and walked away, bitch.
Moving on.
Can you just rephrase that real quick, just for me? I was reading something.
So we made the promise to the Ukraine that if they denuclearized, we would protect them. And specifically, even against Russia was actually the cause back then.
Yes.
How do you feel now about breaking that promise now that they have denuclearized and now they have Russia invading them?
So I think that's why we are doing it, and that's why our government is doing it, technically, right? But my issue
how do you feel about it? Like you said.
So my personal feeling, I don't think we should have made that declaration without actually having them in an encompassing group like NATO that we are obligated to protect. So like, to me, that was like a bad faith proposition from both us to them and for them to take. So like, to me, it seems like we were stepping out as a one single country to put ourselves on the line for that. I think that was a mistake. And I think for them to give up their nuclear arms because we said that with no other backing through NATO or through any other alliances.
But that would have been far more.
That was a mistake on their.
But that would have been far more dangerous because all of the nuclear.
Kevin, let me. So, Biggs, one of the nuances in the situation is the fact that NATO, the Ukraine being in NATO, is pretty much a non-starter for Russia. Especially back then, they said nuclear war immediately if they join. So and what's happened since, and I'm not blaming the United States. Russia is the aggressor. Let's not ever pretend like this isn't an imperialist act from a megalomaniac dictator. But it can be said that through the United States, we have increased NATO activity that has increased hostility towards the Ukraine from Russia. Do we not bear any sort of obligation?
I do think we do. Yes, I do think we do. Okay. Yes.
Okay.
But I think that, I just think the issue is that from both sides, from both a America perspective and a Ukraine perspective, there should have been other fortifying elements. Yes, to that. And I think the problem is that both the rest of the EU is so reliant on Russia and Ukraine for their production of, wheat and corn and things like that. I think the problem was that both sides kind of dropped the ball on the agreement from the start. And I think that it was a mistake for them for Ukraine to relinquish their nuclear arms. And I think...
But they didn't. Realistically, they couldn't really have kept them anyway because all of the nuclear experts.
I don't think that's the case because we literally have this. We have other countries that have nuclear capabilities. Within striking distance of Russia now too.
But there's a slight difference there in that the Soviet Union, as one entity, had its nuclear arms in Ukraine, but all of its experts were based in Moscow and were largely Russian. So when they split up, They basically, the nukes were stayed in whatever state they happened to be in, and Ukraine didn't have the experts at hand.
And they were basically giving them back.
Oh yeah, basically it would have been more dangerous for everyone in the world had they tried to keep them with no experts to operate them. And if US military experts had tried to go in to deal with, like to manage nuclear bombs on Russia's border, that it would have been nuclear war. Like realistically, the best thing was give them the guarantee and get rid of the weapons.
It's all really conjecture as far as like what would have happened, what could have happened. But I do agree with you that there is some component where when we decided to make that pact with Ukraine about relinquishing their nuclear arsenals and things like that was something that the United States now has to deal with, right?
Yeah.
But the issue I have is with all of this is like, why was the rest of the EU not more a part of that? Why were they not more involved in? And,
technically, the EU didn't.
Funding.
Well, in terms of now, but technically the EU didn't exist then. It was the European.
Right. But I'm saying like now, like as far as like obviously like, well, that premise was actually not that long ago. I think it was 2014.
What?
When was the denuclearization?
Yeah.
I thought it was more recent than that.
No, I think it was like 91, 92, something like that.
It was early 90s. Early 90s.
2014 is the Ukrainian Revolution, right? Where they
and Crimea,
Yeah, that's why I think like I would push back a bit on the NATO aggression thing, because like Russia didn't start fucking with Ukraine because of like there was a more chance of Ukraine joining NATO. They started fucking with Ukraine because Ukraine overthrew their puppet president, and then that's when Russia decided to take Crimea. And
by the way, the same puppet. I was just gonna say the same.
I was just gonna say. Sorry. I was going to say, Russia may have said that NATO was the rationale for invading, but that's smokes and mirrors. Like, that's them trying to justify what is an unjustifiable act of aggression.
What do you think the reasoning was?
I mean, Putin's been pretty clear about his reasoning when you look at the way he's talked about former USSR countries.
So what is it?
As a whole.
Empire building.
It's expanding his empire.
Yes.
For what
he's
reason?
been super clear because he's a fucking lunatic. He's
a megalomaniac.
I can give you a slightly more. You can
any dictator.
What is the actual reason?
Wait, everybody. Okay, who is this? Is this question still being aimed at Maddie, or who's this question being aimed at? I'm sorry, everybody started talking at the same time. I got lost.
I just want to know what Maddie thinks the actual reason why is.
Okay.
That's it.
I just told you what I think the actual reason is, and I base this on the comments that Putin himself has made. I also base this on the intel that's been taken out of people close to the Kremlin who can say, you know, what he's always talked about is reunifying the USSR and bringing them back to their like glory days. And the biggest sort of jewel of the USSR that was lost was Ukraine. And like that, he's been pretty clear about that. And the intel that we've gathered over, I mean, since the Cold War in like what, not necessarily from the Cold War, but I guess from like the mid-90s when he came to power.
Before he dies, he wants to rebuild the USSR, is what you're saying?
Yeah, it's a legacy project, yeah.
You can say there's more. I can give you another reason if you want.
I actually disagree slightly. I actually think that this is more about...
I don't think it has anything to do with
that.
But...
One second. Preacher's been waiting for so long. He's been waiting for like
20 minutes. He's been having a fucking fit trying to get in.
Yeah, trying to get in here because I can actually answer all.
I love you, Preacher. I love you.
Listen, Maddie's actually probably the closest to being right here. This is what I said earlier with listening to Colonel Dan when he would show the map, and he had the former USSR countries were mustard colored on his map. So he always said it's not about Ukraine; it's about the mustard colored countries, because when the USSR was broken up, there was a promise made that these countries will not join.
Surely the only
NATO,
mustard country is France, because that's
NATO.
where Dijon is.
Ukraine being the final
Russia going to invade
as
France?
Maddie called it, the crown jewel.
Oh.
That's what finally said, like, no, I am done. No more of this bullshit. And that's where he drew the line. Now,
it was like Putin was in the room. It was glorious.
Now, this is why I say yes, we have to be involved. Because if we don't stop Putin with his aggression towards Ukraine, it's only going to get stronger as he moves on if we don't get involved. That's why I also say militarily be involved, but financially, we could use a couple dollars back here at home. I could use it in my gas tank anyway, but anyway, that's besides the point. So, yes, that's all I want to say. I'm going back to my nap.
No, I'm
moderating now. You cannot. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, Aston, I just wanted to ask him. He was about to start. Loan, I'll write your name down.
Preacher, I just want to note that for like 5 seconds there, I thought Putin was on the call. That was brilliant. Okay. And I actually don't like I don't want to use such hard words as this is the reason. I mean, any person's nuance in these situations are incredibly complicated with many strains. I think that what you guys are saying is accurate to a point. I think there is a lot of the Ukraine is the jewel of the his move eastward to the restoration of the Warsaw Pact. But I think also when you look at it economically, Russia is in a bad place economically. It's sanctioned to all hell before even this war started, right? What does the Ukraine represent? I don't think that he was necessarily thinking about taking over the Ukraine as much as he was going to install a puppet government that would be able to trade with the West. That's where I think a lot of the people that I talk to that study this sort of thing, like that's a lot of the sentiment. I'm not going to pretend like I understand all the intricacies, and I'm not going to sit here and preach from a space of expertise. But the thing that's been floated towards me is the fact that Russia doesn't have a way to engage with the West economically right now, and the Ukraine actually sits in a place where if it had a puppet government, they thought this was going to go much more smoothly and they'd be in and out. The Ukraine would be able to trade with the West without sanctions on, and then therefore be like a proxy for Russia.
Well, yeah, exactly, because the dictator that was overthrown, or the fucking tyrant, whatever you want to call him, was literally waiting in Belarus to be the puppet leader should they have taken over when they initially tried to during their 3-day invasion, which is now nearly 3 fucking months old.
You can also.
So I'm hearing a lot of like, oh, this is what will happen. This is what happened. Could I hear one person, right, make an argument, like, because the only argument I've heard as to why we should fund war in the Ukraine is that if we don't fight them there, we'll have to fight them in Poland, or if we don't fight them there, we'll have to fight them here. It sounds like the exact same saber rattling that I've heard from the Bush administration for every one of their fuck ups. It sounds like the same saber rattling I've heard from during the Eisenhower doctrine. It sounds like the same saber rattling we've heard, when there was conflict with Iran in Afghanistan, when the Russians were in Afghanistan. I'm trying to understand the logic here, that this isn't just the same trope over and over and over again, where Russia feels, because it's got some sanctions, because the West is antagonistic against it, and because they're an evil fucking country, that once they see a border nation slipping out of their control, they go in to invade it, and then we fight either real wars or proxy wars, where like we're not really fighting Russia, but like, let's fucking face it, we're fighting fucking proxy wars with Russia, either economically or on the ground, and we get in these fucking quagmires, and we lose all of this fucking money, and we do the same bullshit song and dance over and over again, instead of just engaging in free trade and just, I don't know, not engaging in war profiteering. Can I hear a strong argument from somebody about why we should actually do it?
Free trade.
I really wanted to address
Wait 1 second. There's 2 people on the list who haven't talked yet, and so Loner wanted to comment on that. So I want to throw it over to
free
Loner.
Trade is going to solve
Ty,
this.
if you also wanted to comment on that after,
he's an ANCAP meme.
If you disagree with my framing, that's fine. Just please tell me why.
He's a fucking meme.
There are 2 other questions I want to answer first. Can I do that first to Biggs and Preacher? Okay. First of all, Preacher, I think you're wrong about the whole thing that there was a promise not to expand NATO 1 inch eastward. Like, that was specifically in reference to East Germany, when every country to the east was in the Warsaw Pact. There was nowhere to expand eastward. Even Yeltsin himself basically conceded with the massive like copium overdose when he said like it was the spirit of the deal. Like, there was no deal like relating to Ukraine or whatever. The other question, which I thought was much more interesting, was like, why is Putin aggressing in Ukraine? You can say it's imperialism, but then like, okay, well, why just imperialism? But like, Russia is like the ultimate gangster capitalist state. They have so much like economic inequality. Putin wins like every other election via fraud. And he was actually more or less caught doing that in 2010. There was like a lot of unrest in the country. And that was actually when Putin started to shift his rhetoric towards everything between Russia and America and the EU is a zero-sum game. That was when you needed like the big foreign enemy that Putin kind of like conjured up through the Kremlin and the propaganda machine, because it basically like kept the public away from their enemy at home, which was kind of like Putin. So that's what kind of happens when you have like really, really unequal economies, that you can weaponize nationalism to kind of consolidate the support of your people. And that's why convince them that your enemies are neo-Nazis like Ukraine, or convince them that NATO is like somehow waiting for a nuclear exchange with Russia by going around. Yeah, that's kind of Putin's thing. It's to create like a foreign enemy to generate to keep his support. And he's
but
like,
we just need free trade. Loanerbucks, we just need to do free trade. It'd be fine.
As for it, okay, so I completely reject, first of all, that it's the same song and dance as Afghanistan and a lot of these other ones, because like Afghanistan, for one example, we were funding like anti-government rebel groups. Like Ukraine is like one of the few times we've actually supported like a very like a at least stable kind of government with like somewhat like democratic like values. There's corruption, but like compared to everything else that US supports, like has supported in the last 20 years, like yeah, this is kind of different. As for why it's good, like I don't know what to say. Like if I want to just be really black and white with you, it's like I don't, when you've got the potential, like I don't like it when countries get invaded by fascist states that are like fucking executing prisoners in the fucking streets, and I do like it when you defend the country that's getting invaded. Like I don't know.
I'll pick up here and say, Fabian, I totally get where you're kind of going with this one. Is that, look, we heard the exact same talking point back in the 2000s with the war on terror. The problem is that Dick Cheney, George Bush, and Donald Rumsfeld were morons. And when it comes down to it, is that we actually have a lot more historical precedence for the Russians being an expansionistic empire. That's most of their history. They've fought 50 wars on the continent against the Turks and the Poles and the Swedes and all these other folks. And that's actually kind of my point as far as why I actually believe this is going to be something that doesn't end with Ukraine, is that in a reality sense,
they lost a lot of wars.
The war doesn't make sense.
Just
you're talking about a country that was economically still in recession since 2014. You've seen the Red Army shrink by half because of demographic issues.
Not called the Red Army.
Launching the war in 2022 didn't make any damn sense at all. So to me, this says either this is completely irrational, we're going balls to the wall for some no-nonsense reason, or something is freaking them out. To me, looking at Russian history the way that I know it, looking at what Putin has said, I think the Russians are basically figuring that they have to go for broke now or they'll never get a chance again. The thing that I can't say I'm 100% right on is they haven't made a general mobilization yet. And that's the part that's kind of tripped me, is that if Russia was going to go balls to the wall, they would actually do that, especially whenever they're in an economic crisis. So I can't firmly stamp on and say there's not something else going on here, but I think the number one reason is that they have to do it now if they're actually ever going to have a combat effective force. And it turns out they might have already lost that. They might have already lost that.
Ukraine is like the 8th wealthiest nation in the world in terms of resources. Right, like there are like we can't forget that Ukraine is insanely wealthy when it comes to natural resources, and so I mean it's very valuable land if administered by a nation that will take it further and things of that nature. I mean, I don't know, like this idea that we really know why Russia is invading, like that's probably part of it. There has to be some semblance, at least in terms of galvanization and like, a sense of patriotism and nationalism and restoring the empire, but also, the idea of,
this guy loves the sound of his own
the
fucking
Russian
voice,
speaking
man.
individuals in the
damn it.
Donbass region. Like that's part of it, I'm sure. Tactical advantages, their pipeline advantages. There's a lot of things going on. And also to dismiss the idea that like NATO membership isn't what triggered this, right? Like right out of hand, I think is a little bit silly. Like, is it like, do we know for a fact that's what occurred? No, of course not. But it would also be kind of silly to just say that that's not a possibility, right? Like that they feel like they're making roads, and then they see continued Western involvement. They see more, like, business dealings with Western firms, and it is also a possibility. Like, but the fact is that what we have is a shit show over here, and I still fail to see the difference, because what it appears to me is that this is the same song and dance. This is exactly what Russia does, is that when Russia feels that Western involvement is too high and a nation that's too close to home, they fucking invade. right? Like there are other reasons, of course, but they fucking invade. That's what they did in Afghanistan, right? When they tried to set up communist rebels, and then there was like, Western backed king, and they were fighting, and then the communists were in charge, and then the rebels were fighting against the communists. They were like, this is a shit show, it's too close to us, we're going to go in here and stabilize or whatever. But like, I just don't understand this idea of, well, I don't like it when fascists invade, or I don't like it when empires grow, so your tax-paying dollars need to go be wasted on, or potentially it won't be a waste, who knows, right, in stopping this, and then we're going to be better off in the long term. Like you mentioned the sanctions, and it's like, yeah, Ukraine was hit far worse by the sanctions than Russia was. If anything, that's a fact. Like the sanctions had a far worse impact on Ukraine than it did on Russia.
Can I ask where the
2014 sanctions?
Can I ask where the
How do you
sovereignty
test that
of
when
Ukraine
Ukraine's
comes
being
in?
invaded?
Yeah, like
Not
what are
right
you?
this second, but we can look. I'll pull up the data for you.
Can I ask where the sovereignty of Ukraine comes into all of this? Because I mean, I despise NATO.
I'm not
very happy for
Ukrainian.
it to disappear. But I know you're not Ukrainian. I'm not saying you are. I'm saying
I thought he was.
The idea that them wanting to join NATO is somehow like an acceptable premise for anything that Russia then does is ridiculous.
Can I hop on to just to respond to Loner Box originally? It is mixed, but according to Gorbachev, now I have an article here from MSN, and it goes through this whole thing of. Okay, let me preface this with I am not supporting Vladimir Putin. Don't get me wrong. I think the dude's a maniacal. He highly intelligent, but maniacal. Then that's dangerous to be that smart. No, he's an intelligent person, but he's a maniac with it. That's the problem. You could. That's a bad combination. Anyway.
Talking of maniacs,
so I'm not supporting him, and I'm not saying he's right for what he's done. He invaded. He's wrong. I'm just saying why, and this is where it comes from, is that Gorbachev, at the end of the Cold War, was told that NATO would not expand eastward into the former Soviet countries. They have a quote here from Secretary of State James Baker, who actually said, supposedly said, not 1 inch eastward. So it was enough to piss them off, and that's why I say, like, he's not stopping at Ukraine. I don't want us to be involved, but I definitely don't ever want to see boots on the ground involvement. But he's not stopping. He's got an ego. He's got a huge ego, and right now he took a shot in the nuts, and his ego's hurting, so he's marching forward as much as he can until he's stopped.
Preacher, can I just ask? I've been fascinated by this the entire fucking, and I'm focused on little else. Do you have James Lindsay's head on a desk behind you?
Well, no. I was doing security at the Buffalo Bills playoff game. It was a little bit colder than I expected, so I had to buy a mask. And that dude came wrapped up inside the mask. I was like, I like this dude. Sometimes
I did have questions. I did have questions about the severed head on your.
Yeah, that's just my
counter.
homie sitting there. I sit alone in my camper that I'm turning into a studio, and he keeps me company. I haven't named him yet, so if you guys want to give him a name, I'll take suggestions.
Dave
Jeffrey.
Dave Jeffries.
Oh, that was my stepfather's Jeffrey. I don't like him.
Okay, Jeffrey with a G-E-O.
Barack Obama.
Okay. Do you have is there anybody else that wanted to?
I can't find that study right now. Fuck.
Does anybody in here want to say anything else on this before we do closings?
Come on, cancer.
Sorry, I had a few more notes. So yeah,
I know
the
so
thing
much
with
about this subject, but it's even worse than it seems.
the thing with the 1 inch eastward was like, so yeah, it wasn't 1 inch eastward like into the former Soviet territories. That's the extra bit that's not really there, because like if that were the case, like you'd have something written down that would specifically say don't expand into like Warsaw Pact countries. I guess they were anticipating that they would soon become former Warsaw Pact countries. Like it doesn't make any sense, which is why
exactly.
Which is why that's why they gestured towards a sentence that was said. It's like,
exactly, you can't.
Like, how stupid do you have to be to take this deal and like have it not written down, have it not enshrined in anything? Like, just
I don't think.
And then to come back and say it's a gentleman's accord.
Yeah, I I don't think it's acceptable for Vladimir Putin to use a supposed conversation 30 years ago that's ratified by nobody.
And that's why I said I'm not defending him.
Absolutely.
I think he's a maniacal son of a bitch. I think what he's doing is horribly wrong. He invaded. Listen, unless someone has actually invaded you, you have no right invading them. That's plain and simple, and he has no right invading them. I'm not defending him, and using this as a. But also, and we were talking about sanctions. Listen, don't think that he just decided one day I'm going to invade Ukraine. He's been planning this, and he's also planned, he knew what sanctions were going to come at him, and he knew, damn, my country's going to suffer. But again, egomaniac, he don't care. I think he put more spending into his military, obviously not enough, but more spending into his military than anything else, and probably hid more finances than what the other countries knew. But yeah, he knew what the sanctions were going to do to him far ahead before he even made a move.
On a general level, on the general level, it just looks like the Russians completely overestimated their military competency. We saw during the 2014 or before 2014, they were retooling for a modern force that was going to use fire and maneuver tactics. We shut that down with the sanctions, and then we saw that whatever they dropped into their military budget was going to largely training, maintaining equipment, and what have you. It looks like to me that between not having an NCO corps and the fact that the Russian intelligentsia has just been gutted since the fall of the Soviet Union is that they don't have anyone who literally knows how to fight a war anymore. And so they did all the they did all the drills, they did all the training, they did all the mock battles, but there was no one over there that actually had done an actual combat since Georgia in 2008, who said, "Oh yeah, that's actually how you fight a war," because every war they fought since the Soviet Union collapsed has been a disaster for them.
And I do have to agree with you on the NCO Corps. I'm not military, but doing Twitch, I've been in touch with so many guys, former military, and they all say the same thing. Without that NCO Corps, your military is going to crumble. So I agree with you.
Okay, so we're going to now do outros. Let's start with Tiberius. Keep them very, very short. We are running out of time.
Got me when I was eating. Long story short, I think we should help out Ukraine. I do believe that it doesn't stop with them. Logically speaking, it should stop with them, but it should have never started with them. Their window for when the Russians should have invaded was back in 2014, 15, or 16. But now they're in an economic shambles beforehand. Their military had shrunk by a factor of about half. And now, looking at it where it is, it's just a disaster for them overall. So I don't know why they're prosecuting the war at this point anyway. So where does it end? And I'm thinking there's got to be extraneous modus going on here. And I think it's a security issue. They want the Soviet borders back solely because that's where they can plug the gaps militarily with a smaller force.
We're going to throw it over to Preacher.
Yeah, I don't think we really have much choice in the matter but to support them. I'd rather see it more military than financial. Why Putin did what he did, I honestly think a lot of it has to do with his illness, and he wants to go out with an exclamation point. But either way, Putin's wrong. Ukraine's going to suffer. Ukraine people are going to suffer. I think the money should stay here and help the United States and military equipment because, if we run out of money in our country, we could use money. We can't really use a tank to pay off loans, but we can use cash. They can use our tanks. We can give them our broken tanks. And I think that's basically what we've been doing, giving them our old equipment that we're not using anymore. And I support that 100%, as long as they know how to use it.
Maddie?
I think it is overall, strategically, economically, a good thing to support a country in defending their sovereignty against a hostile invading force, especially when that country has, a lot of economic interests with the United States. Also, I am someone who thinks that if we make a promise to a country to defend them, and it's a signed promise, not a gentleman's agreement, then it's probably a good idea that we stand by that. Otherwise, what good is our word when we make those kinds of declarations to other countries? They need to know that when we commit to, sorry, dogs barking at nothing. Yeah, it's a good thing, but we should also spend more here. I'm gonna go make sure my dogs aren't attacking like a delivery person. Hold on.
Fabian?
Yeah, I mean,
he's going to say something dumb.
Get
ready for something dumb.
I don't see morally why we should be involved in this war. This rhetoric that like if we we have to support war so that we don't have to support a worse war in the future seems like a lot of experts that just happen to be tied to massive, large corporations that profit from war. And to begin with, I think we should accept refugees. I think that we should, support nonprofits and their ability to feed people in Ukraine. I think that we should focus on
no, you didn't.
Drastically reducing spending here in the United States and getting inflation under control. And I think that this, along with many other spending bills and things of that nature, are it's theft. And it's not only theft if you agree with my perspective, but also it's taxation without representation, because our children are having their dollars inflated to such a degree that it's stealing from their ability to potentially earn in the future. That being said, I think everyone should read Smedley Butler's War is a Racket. I think read War is a Racket by Smedley Butler, the most decorated general in all of U.S. American history, and I think you'll have a better understanding of why this dog and pony show is just, I don't know. It's depressing to hear so many people justify murder and to justify elongating these things and say that, well, we're actually protecting by spending money to increase war. I just think it's disgusting.
Kevin?
Basically, what's been said has been said. I don't really have much more to say on this topic, so I will just say as an outro that I think Fabian has adequately shown that people who are ANCAPs should not be taken seriously, and probably should be forced to walk around with clown shoes on, I think.
Loanerbox?
I think you spent most of the, Fabian, I think you spent a lot of that panel saying you didn't like the whole consequentialist framework, but then at the end there you said that us supporting Ukraine is going to make things worse or prolong the suffering or murder or whatever. So it seems like a consequentialist argument, just the other way. No, I don't really think... Also, about a few people mentioned war profiteering as well. You can look at the last 5 years of like Boeing, Raytheon, Lockheed Martin. I mean, like Boeing, their stocks have actually been going down. Raytheon and Lockheed Martin had like a wee bit of a bump, but they're basically coming back down to where they were before the invasion. So, I mean, if this is like a for-profit war scam, they've done a terrible fucking job. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I don't really buy the idea that like we're just prolonging the suffering by supporting the Ukrainians, and I'm going to soy out over this quote because it's fucking true. Someone basically said as the war started, like, if Russia stops fighting, there'll be no more war. If Ukrainians stop fighting, there'll be no more Ukraine. That's why they fight. So.
Thanks. I can't hear you, Biggs.
Sorry. My wife came, so I had my mic muted.
I bet she did.
My biggest issue
Jesus
with this
Christ, keep that at home.
I know, right? I'm sorry. So my biggest issue with this is that...
Gigaday.
Well, I agree that the United States does have an obligation to those who we make pacts with, right? And I think that with the denuclearization of Ukraine, we made a promise to them, so there should be some type of reciprocation of defense for them. But the issue I have is when we are so far removed from that, and we have other countries that are right on the doorstep, and the EU basically just not giving nearly the amount of funding that we do. It's literally, we are 6 times as much as the rest of the entire EU in funding for Ukraine. That's where I have a problem with it. I think that we need to focus on things here in the United States as a whole. We have so much stuff going on here that is compromising our country, be it inflation, be it food shortages, be it gas shortages, be it all these things that we have that we're literally Americans are suffering here now in the present. And there's this war going on that I do agree we do have some responsibility because we denuclearized Ukraine and we said we would help defend them. But I think the issue is eventually America can no longer function as the world police. I think we're getting to that breaking point now when it comes to things like this and things like China expanding in the Silk Road and things like that. So I think we need to really try to come back and kind of like figure out what the plan of action is in the future. But I think that America can no longer fund the rest of the world with our tax dollars because it is harming Americans, and eventually Americans are going to get fed up, and we're going to start making changes, hopefully through the electorate and things like that. But maybe we won't. But I think that the problem is we need to focus on issues here and not abroad in general.
Okay, I'm going to throw it over to Aston.
Yo, yeah, so the reason why we don't want this, why we want to support the Ukraine is not because of there may be some future fight over here argument. It's because imperialism naturally destabilizes areas. We have literally, again, hundreds of years of data on this. We can talk about the American destabilization through the imperialist acts in the South America. We can talk about Russian destabilization in different areas and the effect that it has globally. To pretend, especially after COVID, that we are somehow in a world that is able to just cut off other countries, like as if that doesn't destabilize the global markets, destabilize the supply chains, is really weird, right? Like we literally just learned this lesson. And so if you want to talk about not only that, and I don't need to go into like the economic reasons, because if you want to talk morally, yeah, we made a promise, we should defend them. Furthermore, I don't like murder and death. I think that we should try to do things to keep that at a minimum around the world. Does that mean that we get involved in every issue on the planet? Sure, but when it's a country defending their fucking sovereignty, what was the point of us, what is the point of all the military spending we've been doing for all of these years if it wasn't to literally defend against this thing right now? Like, this is the literal reason why we did it. Now, a lot of us disagree with that buildup. A lot of us, if we could change it, we would spend our money elsewhere. But that's not the world we live in. So if we have the resources now to prevent more death, to prevent more atrocities, to prevent more suffering, There's also a lot of really good reasons to be altruistic. Very narcissist, selfish reasons for altruism as well. Them doing well makes us do well as well. So anyways, that's my 2 cents.
Okay, we're now going to go for the last topic of the day. Echo. We're going to go for the last topic of the night, which is the January 6th committee. We've talked about January 6th a million times on this show. It is a day that will live in infamy. It's the Pearl Harbor of our generation. No.
Infamy.
And obviously, there's now a committee for it where 20 million people sat down to watch the first hearing. And I just want to ask everybody, what did you think of it? If you got to watch any of it. If you didn't, well, that sucks for the show. But the January 6th committee, what do you guys think? I'm going to start with Tiberius.
Always getting me. All right, so I didn't watch it, and I'll come out straight for it because I don't expect anything of it. Now, if I'm wrong, hey, cool, because I've always been on the side that Republicans should have spearheaded the January 6th Commission, because we need to show that if our party is doing wrong to the American people, we need to isolate, remove those influences from the party. Now, do I think that there's a lot of hoopla and nonsense that are going on with all this, and is it a political theater pony show? Absolutely. But when it just comes down to it, is that the fact that Republicans just largely just dip the fuck out of this and like, oh no, would nothing happen? It's no big deal. Actually makes us look worse than if we hadn't participated to begin with. So, in a general sense, I'm really upset that we are in the state that we're in, where, you know what? Even the possibility that you've done something in horribly long that is warranting of impeachment does not get bipartisan support, is a mockery of our democracy, whether you are a Republican or Democrat. We are not enemies. We are rivals. We are competitors. We do not believe in the same things, but it doesn't mean we are not family. And so, yeah, I'll end with that.
Okay, now we're going to throw it over to Preacher.
Preacher man.
Sorry, I was not paying attention. I was paying attention, but anyway, I didn't watch it. I'm not really interested in it. To me, it's political theater. there's a whole lot of whataboutism that goes along with the whole January 6th thing, and you know what happened January 6th is wrong. I'm not going to sit here and say that those people going in like that are right, but you know that's never right, no matter where it's done. And I don't see other committees formed for other situations where far worse was done. But and we can go down the whataboutism road if we want to. But I just think listen, this is the only thing the Democrat Party has to run on right now. Because, and I think it's going to be hilarious if 2024 comes around and Trump says, I'm not running, because this is all about they're scared to death that Trump is going to run. Whether listen, I don't care if he runs or not. I'd rather him not, to be honest with you. But I will laugh my ass off if it comes around. He says, never mind, psych, I'm not running. And this is what they've built their entire defense around, him running. And I think that's all this is right now. What's her name? Liz Cheney. The left suddenly supports Cheney. Whoa. To me, she knows that she's not getting reelected and she's going down swinging. So it is what it is. I'm probably not going to watch any of it. I don't think anything's really going to come of it. You got people in jail, put them on trial, let them be decided by 12 peers and see how it goes. I don't know. That's it.
Maddie?
Can't really think of anything in recent history that's worse than trying to incite a coup, but, you know...
What about 9/11?
Maybe we can watch Fox News and see what they come up with instead. So I think I unfortunately, so I have been watching the committee proceedings, and while I think it's a good thing to conduct a thorough investigation of what happened and to reveal a lot of the evidence that has been unearthed, the previously unviewed videos, and having people go on the record testifying. I do think in general that's good. However, I remain, I'm not necessarily that optimistic that it's going to result in any meaningful action. Because when I'm looking at, well, is this going to be worth it? I'm looking for outcomes. Is it going to drive any sort of meaningful accountability? And while the committee can present as much as they are, ultimately that decision is going to rest with the Department of Justice. And whether or not Merrick Garland decides that there is enough to go on to pursue any sort of prosecution. One thing I will say is good that I hope is brought more to light are current elected officials' involvement with the January 6th attacks, primarily with their involvement leading up to the event and the support and access they gave to people who were participating in the coup. And I ideally would like to see those people held responsible for those actions. But I don't know that anything meaningful is going to happen. And that's a shame. And it's an affront to everything we kind of stand for. And yeah, and to Preacher's point, I don't care if Trump runs or not. And as someone who works in Democratic politics, that's not what we're basing our strategy on. That would be insane.
Blunderbox.
Yeah, I don't really want to go too far into how useful it is because it's like it hasn't finished yet. I don't know. They've seemed to have laid a pretty big charge at Trump is that he was like definite, that he was like bang in the middle of the entire thing, and that he knowingly so that he could encourage some kind of action amongst his voters. That's going to be a very difficult thing to prove if it becomes a legal recommendation. He could always just use the David Irving defense and say kind of like, oh, I was so butthurt about losing that I genuinely believed in like Hugo Chavez's ghost Dominion machines, but whatever. If it's the public interest, then I've enjoyed it. Like, I didn't even know that there was a guy called Ian who like said that Pence could overturn the election, but then privately said that it wasn't possible, and he pled the fifth 100 times when he was called to the investigation. So that's funny. Yeah.
Okay, next is Kevin.
It seems pretty obvious that Trump and many of his acolytes did genuinely horrific crimes against the United States, or attempted to, I should say, and knowingly so, and they should be convicted. And ultimately, I think the success or otherwise of this endeavour will be if prosecutions are brought against those people. And I did just want to bring up one point that Tiberius had raised, because I think it's pertinent. when you say that, I mean, when I say we here, obviously I'm not American, but when you say we aren't enemies, I can't help but feel the Republican Party is the enemy at this point. It has made itself the enemy. They have become the enemy of democracy by choice. They have consistently tried to undermine voting rights. They have decided that democratic elections don't count if you don't like the results, and so they've made themselves an enemy. Hopefully they get back to something like normality and reason, but I don't see anything considering the amount of support Trump and his ilk still have. So, it's interesting stuff, but ultimately I'm not entirely sure actually much will come of it, unfortunately, because rich people like Trump don't tend to go to jail very often, even when they deserve it.
Okay, I'm going to throw it over to Fabian.
Yeah, so the Eastman plan may have been illegal. I don't care. It's probably obvious that they're trying to get him to flip with the amount of like non-answers that he's given. I'm assuming that at this point he's just kind of retelling the narrative so that like he can protect his future and his ability to do business in the future. I would wager to guess that that he's bullshitting a little bit and how much he told Trump that like you totally can't do this, while publicly being like, oh yeah, no, we can totally do this. This is a path that works, because he knows that the writing is on the wall. In terms of the January 6th protesters, I think they were super fucking based. What they might have done was what they did was likely illegal. I think they should have been armed. I think it would have been smarter without the glowies there. It was a hell of a rave from all those glowies, but I think they'd have been much smarter to position themselves outside and not go into the building and show a large arm show of force, hoping that the state would investigate its crimes that it committed, hoping that SCOTUS in dismissing Texas v. Pennsylvania and the fact that much of the presumed election interfering, election fraud, or fortification of the elections, if you so choose those terms, did rob the American people of their democracy, which they never fucking had to begin with. But I think it's very obvious that there was never a proper investigation into massive amounts of issues with that election. And this is a dog and pony show so that they can cover up the crimes that were committed on November 4th, so that they could cover up the crimes that the Democrats committed when they attempted to overthrow a coup. And I do agree with Maddie. There's not much worse than a coup. And, there are definitely people in the DNC that should be in prison for the crimes that they committed against the American people.
Just conspiracy
but that being
bullshit.
said, ultimately, this isn't really going to lead into anything. It's just drumming up for the next election. It's trying to get people to care about horrendous legislation that'll take away voting rights and try and marginalize the ability for elections to be fair and free, such as the Voting Rights Act, which is a horrible legislation designed to take away people's ability to meaningfully engage in the democratic process. But ultimately, I don't believe in the democratic process. Anyways, they were super based, and I will not be one of those conservatives of like, oh my God, Ashley Babbitt died, we need an investigation, because I think she's a martyr, and she gave her life for the cause for showing the corruption of the state.
What a clown.
Okay, I'm going to throw it over to Biggs.
Hey, Aston, let's take a hit together, buddy. All right, awesome. Thank you. I just like to feel like I'm chilling, I'm vibing with the people here.
That was racial harmony.
As far as January 6th goes, I think that everybody that committed crimes on January 6th should be prosecuted to the full extent of the law. I think anybody that did any type of violence against the police, violence against the Capitol Police, committed any crimes within the Capitol, things like that, they should be held 100% responsible, right? As far as the January 6th committee goes, I think it's all a complete facade. I think that this is all just going to be basically a nothing burger.
As to Fabian's point,
everything I've seen, I watched the...
Why would Fabian care about them taking away people's democratic rights when he literally said earlier that democracy is tyranny? The man's a fucking clown show.
We're going to have some new fucking unseen shit. We're gonna have some fucking bombs, some bombshells to drop. And it was literally fucking nothing. It was literally just like alternate angles from CTV from the Capitol, okay? Like, that's fine, whatever. We saw that. We all saw it. We all saw the videos for the last year and a half, right? Basically, everything I've seen from that, to me, has been a complete farce of due process and a farce of government representation of facts. This is literally the same as watching a trial of a prosecution with no defense. There's literally no counter cross-examinations. There's literally no
they were offered that
rebuttals, no objections, no anything. It's a completely one-sided fabrication of what happened, cherry-picked by the committee. Okay, when I know what you'll say is like, well, the Republicans had a chance to put on their people, right?
Yeah.
But when the Republicans put on the people they wanted to put on, Nancy Pelosi denied them the right to have that, right? And at that point, the Republicans said, well, if you don't want us to have our people on there, you can pick. So basically, it became a one-sided witch hunt. Now, I agree, there are some things that have happened. There has been some evidence that is pretty bad, right? We have things like President Trump tweeting things, not tweeting things, not providing any type of rebuttal to the insurgents on the Capitol for like a few hours, till like for like what I think 4 hours, I think it was, from like basically noon till 4 in the afternoon when he released his tweet video or whatever. But the issue I have is nothing has actually been proven to be a criminal act. Because if there was, Trump would have been indicted and probably in jail by now.
Oh yeah, because
so we have now
go to jail all the time, don't they?
Is a complete farcical witch hunt trial, propagandized, because the Democrats have basically no hope in the midterms, because their policies are failing. The Biden policies across the board have failed America, and that's why we live currently in the highest inflation rate we've seen in the last 4 decades. We have the highest gas prices that we've seen in the last 2 decades. It's absurd and completely ridiculous that people think that this is important when we have things that are actually causing Americans to suffer now. And that's where I have a problem. This is basically a non-due process witch hunt that is obfuscating the real issues that are going on in America now. And I think everybody should be appalled that these representatives are wasting their time in doing these hearings that are basically nothing burgers and releasing information that we already knew. Like I don't think anybody here can anybody here say there's anything new we've seen in the last 3 hearings that we didn't know?
No. All that shit's been on Telegram.
It's already been exposed. You guys raise your hands, that's fine. You can rebut me in the open. But it's just a completely absurd argument that this is a complete witch hunt, because you know what? The Democrats are going to lose the midterms, and they're flailing and grasping at straws for whatever they possibly can. Now, I don't agree with everything the Republicans are doing, because I'm not a Republican. I'm basically a libertarian for the most part. So I basically want the best for everybody. But I think this whole thing is a facade, and we're wasting taxpayers' money, and we're wasting Congress's time. I think that's what we should all be worried about.
This is fucking
Aston.
dreadful.
Yeah, it's always a facade when it's investigating the Republicans. Weird pattern, that. Just so
why don't we investigate why there was why was there no security put in place when there was bombs literally put the day before? Why was there no further?
Because the president of the United States didn't want there to be.
Wait. Okay. Wait. Intros are not over. People in this area are asleep. I think I just woke them up. Okay.
I'm sorry, Dylan.
Please do not do that during intros. Aston.
Thank you. And again, the reason why there's no cross, by the way, is because it's not a trial. It's an investigation, and it's just a representation of that investigation. The reason why the Republicans were kicked out of that trial was because they were basically making it so they were impeding the investigation so bad, obstructing the investigation so bad, that we weren't even going to be able to look into these things as was presented with copious and copious amounts of data that we actually have not been privy to before. The statements of Trump's aides, we have not been privy to before. We haven't been privy to the FBI findings of the people that were involved in the actual insurrection itself. And further, and this is the thing. All right. I like how we do these weird, like, okay, so Eastman might be a guy. Okay, so everybody's lying about November 4th. Every expert on the planet who looked into it and said there's a nothing burger here, they're all lying because we all hate Trump that much, right? Even all of his aides that would literally materially benefit from finding voter fraud. All of them, like, we're all just it. And that's the kind of like divorce from reality kind of perspective that we have, right? Nobody wants nobody on the right wants to look at the investigation because they don't want to face the cold light of day. The thing that you're right, most of us on the left already were aware what happened. We knew because we knew days before the insurrection happened that it was going to happen. We had messages. We were on Parler. We saw all the announcements. We saw the rhetoric increase. We literally called it for months. We even pointed to the day when he said the date, January 6th. We all pointed to it and said, look out on this day. This shit's going to happen. The thing that I think shocks most of us is watching all the people get to walk onto the Capitol when I would have been shot. Right? Like, I've never seen anything like that. Anywhere close to any sort of reaction, and the police jump on top of you. And before we start all of these like bullshit narratives, I've been there. I organize. I deal with those protests. I've been to every single one of the ones that you guys are probably going to name. And yes, it is the police every single time instigating riots. They normally, I've seen a police officer tackle a guy for running because the police officer chose to run over his foot. So, but the difference in reaction is probably the only thing that I think shocked us. I know I was shocked. Again, even though I saw it already, I was shocked with how they were able to just literally just march up. I've never seen anything like that. But yeah. That being said, I think that what's going to come out of it, where I think there's a lot of common ground, is I do think the Democrats are weak. I do think that they're dumb, and I do think that they don't have this right now. Ultimately, what they're trying to do is they're trying to disbar Trump from running in 2024. That's their goal, and I think that makes them look incredibly weak because they're creating such a strong criminal case for him. They need to prosecute him, but do they have the balls to do that? Absolutely not. Especially because they don't want to set a precedent where we're now bringing criminal charges against ex-presidents. Because let's be honest, the Democrats have a few war criminals as well. So we know that there's not going to be any sort of legal action that happens to them. But I think that their hopeful outcome is that Trump gets barred from running in 2024, and that sort of deplatforming ends this weird mass hysteria and this grand illusion that everybody chooses to partake in. So that's that.
Okay. So we've got, I don't know, maybe 15 to 20 minutes for open discussion. Who wants to start us off? Preacher.
Yeah, I don't understand how. Okay, so if you were at all those different, protests, I'm wondering why aren't you on trial for all the thousands of people that were injured, the people that were killed, the businesses that were burned down, black-owned businesses being burned down. Oh, by the way, there were people who looked like you doing that, and guess what? Not only were they not arrested, if someone did actually try to arrest them, they weren't prosecuted. So let's go on with that.
Wait, what's the topic? What's the topic, Dylan? What's the topic? He's derailing.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
I have an actual answer for you. Would you like one?
Yes, please.
During the Rodney King riots, we did $1.6 billion worth of damage in one riot. During all of Black Lives Matter, with literally hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of protests, we only reached $2.6 billion. The amount of damage
that was the limit of the insurance, so don't fucking equate that to the actual damage done, okay?
Oh, that was the insurance limit. $2.6 billion. What's the big deal?
Just so you know. Just so you're trying to equate.
Wait. Please, everybody stop. Please. Aston didn't get to finish what he was saying. Let's have Aston finish what he was saying, and then you can all respond to him.
I do think that measuring the insurance claims between the two events is actually necessary when you consider the amount of, when we're talking about the sheer amount of protests, just like when you're talking about the amount of people injured, when you compare it to the amount of people that were involved in the protest, it's incredibly minuscule. And overall, we have done copious studies on this too. We actually have looked into what was the impetus for these riots. It's police action. The police kettled us, beat us, attacked us for no reason, and they incited riots. That did not happen, as was indicated by CTV in the January 6th insurrection. That's why all of us are shocked. I've been tear gassed for
I think
nothing.
you mean CCTV, not CTV.
For standing there. Like, don't at me with these crazy narratives of
they use pepper spray to disperse the crowd.
He's going to say something racist.
Wait. Let's
He's going to say something racist.
Yeah, he did. And to kind of put it, just so you know, I have a long list of people that were arrested. So anybody that actually did damage, that were actually out there achieving damage, even people that didn't do damage, got arrested. So
like 20.
Just to summarize his position, real quick, mostly peaceful protests.
Yep. Yeah, most of the protests were peaceful. Yeah. Most of the protests were peaceful.
I don't understand why we're comparing these protests to the Rodney King
millions of people
when it's actually the January 6th we're talking about. When you want to look at how much damage was done, how many lives were taken, how many people were injured, compare apples to apples on this.
Okay, preacher.
Wait. Okay, Loner. Okay, wait, stop.
Hold on,
please.
Dylan's talking, everybody, shut the fuck up!
Respect
please,
Dylan.
I can't yell because I'm gonna kill my fellow journalist over here. Okay.
We love you, Dylan.
Okay, so we're gonna let Loner. Thank you, Biggs. You're still too old for me. Loner, I'm gonna have you finish, but I then want to move off of this because this is a little off topic. I understand why it's in topic, but I want to talk about what happened at the committee if possible. Loner.
Yeah, I want to. Oh God. Someone else can just talk about the committee. But yeah, like we're talking about this was the Capitol Hill was one protest versus like protests of like millions of people all over fucking America over a long period. Unless you're going to say, if you're just going to tally up property damage and people getting hurt or deaths, if you're going to do that game, then okay, then maybe you can say that the civil rights movement as a whole was worse than January 6th because there was more property damage in the entire civil rights movement. Anti-apartheid was worse than fucking January 6th because there was more property damage. Okay, like this is such a stupid game.
Also,
we're talking about
Travis Scott concert worse than January 6th.
Certainly,
more dead
but we're talking about the act of breaking into the Capitol building to try and subvert an election because you wanted to keep an incumbent president in power because you were sad about the result. That's a pretty different thing.
If I can address that to you, I would say you're right. And I think I even said in my opening statement that the people that did January 6th were wrong. And we're willing to call that out. We're willing to say that's wrong.
Why are they wrong? Why are they wrong?
They went about it the wrong way. All right, we get into that in a minute, but I'm going to say this. I'm willing to say that they were wrong. Just like I'm willing to, but the left will not do that. They're not going to say.
Does anyone here support the BLM riots? I condemn them. Shouldn't the riots?
I supported them when they attacked police stations.
So just Fabian.
I mean, in general, it's a nuanced thing. Like, as far as people defending themselves against the police, sure, but there is excess property damage that was done outside of the purview of that, and of course everybody condemns that. You know who the first people to go clean that shit up was?
But listen, if we want to take it back, yes, I agree. And
I just also want to point out, really quickly.
Okay, can we have let's have Preacher finish his point, then we can move on to Maddie. I just want Preacher, it was the middle of something. I want to make sure he finishes.
Well, I just want to address what Aston was saying about how those people were able to get in, and I agree. And this is why I'm not even going to bother watching the committee, because, like you're saying, people knew way ahead of time that this was going to happen, yet there was no security there. They were told, no, you can't have this support. But we're not going to hear about that. Who made the calls to not have the extra support and all that? And listen, I'm not saying you're wrong or anything. I'm saying, like, if they're not going to look at both sides of it and say, okay, well, this happened, why did that happen? It just becomes a political tool. Just like
they did look at the security concerns. They literally, in the hearing, went over why there was no security, and it was mainly because Trump and Trump's crew did not want it. There was actually copious calls for security from the vice president. That was in the hearing, but
Nancy Pelosi,
off by the president of the United States.
Nancy Pelosi is the one.
You're about to say she rejected it. She didn't reject the call.
She did
reject it. To be clear, there's a memo from the mayor of Washington, D.C. that said we will not accept any outside support. There is actually a January memo of that.
And the chief who resigned will tell you straight up, I asked 7 times, and 7 times I was denied.
And the police always tell the truth. Yeah.
Nancy Pelosi does not have jurisdiction over.
The issue is we're never going to get the full story. That's the problem.
Please, wait, no, please, stop, please. Okay, it's full volume now. Okay, I'm just gonna have to do it like this. So,
yeah,
please.
I love that voice.
It's like
okay.
Slow jam. ISMR,
please.
Special someone out there. A special someone out there that wants to talk about the January 6th hearings.
Have you thought about doing ASMR streams, Dylan? You should do some ASMR streams, mate.
Please. Can we just have
rails?
Yeah, I'm just pointing out that basically multiple people around the most powerful man in the country warned him that this was going to happen, including his allies, and asked him to do something about it, and he chose not to. That's literally the frame. That's literally what they're showing through the hearings of people reaching out continuously and constantly warning about this. And the one man who had the power to do something about it chose to continue to do what he did. And you wonder
should ask who has power over the National Guard.
Wasn't it a point of contention that whether or not even Pence had the authority to call the National Guard? Like, are you telling me now that Pelosi has the authority to deny authorizing the National Guard?
She has authority over the Sergeant of Arms at the yes.
That's not the National Guard.
And the governor the governor is the one who controls the National Guard. All these people were refused. You guys are laying this on Trump like it's Trump's. Look, this is my issue with the January 6th committee. Is because you're only going to say Trump, which I'm not saying Trump's a freaking angel. Believe me, I'm not. But at the same time,
you are running
there's
defense
bullshit on both sides of the aisle, but nobody wants to recognize that. That's why it's a waste of time.
Is your argument
look at the bullshit on one zone?
So wait, I just want to know where's the evidence of like Trump trying to authorize the National Guard before January 6th?
What?
If you're saying that Pelosi rejected the National Guard request, doesn't that mean someone tried to authorize it, but Pelosi rejected them?
It wasn't Trump. Trump would be the one.
He's not JFK. What are you talking about?
You're throwing me off here. Like, why would Trump be the one doing it?
Like,
no,
Trump
I want to know.
Trump has no control over the National Guard.
The National Guard hasn't been mobilized for security. Other by the federal government since fucking oh my god,
the
segregation of the schools,
multiple natural disasters.
Yes, it gets there's policies
but that's
for
not
FEMA.
The president federalizing them.
They haven't been the National Guard hasn't been federalized since we went in to protect black students that were going
who are we saying
to schools in Alabama when they were trying to stop them from desegregating the schools.
Okay, I'm not an American. Who are we saying that Pelosi was denying then? Sorry, someone else can go.
I was just pointing out the actions the presidents took during the BLM riots to limit them, including the National Guards, unmarked vans, abductions, all of those things. He chose not to do any of that for this riot. That's kind of the point that's being made, that he does have the authority to take action. We have examples of him taking action literally the year before. And
I just linked in the Discord, our Hippy Dippy chat, the memo that went out from the acting Attorney General of the United States about the whole issue on January 6th or January 5th. But anyway, I agree with you. Like we should have had much more security in place. Like I think it's absurd to think that especially after we had on January 5th, we not only had this issue with bombs being put at the DNC and things like that. Like we literally had like a bunch of red flags that should have been saying, hey, we need to do something about this. Not only that, but now they're literally using the same things that they said they knew in advance now with these January 6th committees that they didn't do shit about at the time. And that to me is absurd. Now I agree, there is no, we shouldn't take action unless people actually commit crimes and stuff like that. But that doesn't negate the fact that we should be prepared when we knew there's going to be a high volume population of people that were explicitly against the results of the election. We had months. We literally had a month and a half of time from November, 4th to January 6th, right? That's
Can I
almost
please
2
just
months.
Can I please just point out that it has been fact-checked, the claim that Pelosi denied Trump's request for the
not
numbers that people
Pelosi.
claim he Nope.
Look at the memo that
so
I just
that
linked.
they claimed they rejected the request that the National Guard that he requested between 10,000 and 20,000 National Guard. There's actually no record whatsoever that
I literally
she
just linked the memo,
anything.
Maddie. Look at the memo that I
The
linked.
memo
to
from
you.
who?
Like,
no,
what the
but like
fuck?
I sent and I posted an
You can
article
deny
that
facts
refutes
all you
that,
want, but
and
whatever.
I posted an article that fucking refutes that, dude. There are multiple articles and investigative reports that refute that. They say that that isn't the case. Pelosi did no such thing. They can find no actual record of her denying anything. So you have a record of someone saying one thing, but then we say, okay, well, where's the record of Pelosi then making that denial, saying, no, I'm going to reject that request? There's none because it didn't fucking happen, my dude. And the person who sent your memo.
Can we talk about the memo, actually? Like, because you want to talk about the memo, but if you actually look at the memo, it's just denying a request for more federal agents. And it's asking that if you are going to do that,
it's
you
not just federal agents, it's all agents outside of the purview of the Capitol Police.
Yeah, so that's okay. So,
yeah.
but the reason there's a mix-up is because Preacher said Pelosi, whereas this is about Bowser, right? That's the difference.
Also, experts say that she doesn't have the authority to do that in the first place, to deny that. She doesn't have that authority. That's what, like, multiple experts are saying. So, like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, and I'm just pointing out, again, in the memo, it's just saying they don't, like, if you do this unilaterally without consulting us, it causes confusion in our ranks because we have different people with different insignia authority, marked with authority. It says that in the thing. So it says at this time we're requesting no additional people, but it's saying
yes.
So
don't you think at the time that they should have requested additional people? When you look at the actual January 6th committee itself, when you have the first two witnesses that they called to the stand, the police, who was the first person to technically, I guess, take like assault against them, that woman, I forgot her name, but she was the female police officer that was actually the first to be knocked unconscious and be assaulted at the Capitol. One of her first things she said was her just complete, like, didn't understand why there was no support for her. She literally said there was literally her and like 4 other police holding back this line. Then you had this person who was actually embedded in the Proud Boys, who said when they went to the police, when they went to the line, there was literally one policeman guarding this whole thing, and then they went and got tacos. But like, it just boggles my mind that we have
wish someone was in the White House and could have done something about it.
Right.
It would have been nice if they would have actually taken the shit seriously and supported the fucking Congress. I'm talking about everybody.
Okay.
You're almost there.
So wait.
I've been respectful. We've been good. So let's actually have a response to that.
Okay. Wait. Okay.
Sorry.
Can I just quickly ask the room? Is there anything that anyone wants to comment about that came out during the January 6th committee?
No, because nothing did.
One thing. Can I just say, it's fucking hilarious that Rudy Giuliani was like completely off his fucking face, and Trump was just like, "I'll listen to the drunk man." Sensible decision making at the heart of the U.S. federal government.
It's obvious. The whole my understanding of Trump is basically when you have a bunch of people telling you one thing that you don't believe, and you have somebody telling you something you do believe, you're gonna lean towards the person.
Yeah, believe the incredibly drunk man. Yeah,
right. I agree. Like, that's stupid, right? I agree.
Yeah, Trump is stupid. Yeah, Trump is stupid.
I do agree with
that. Up when
but I'm just saying, it is human nature to try to find parallels to what you believe, to foster and to fortify what you believe, not to incur what you don't believe.
Not everyone, like, that's
usually a human nature.
So let me
receptive to new information.
One second, please. 1 second. Okay, Maddie, you were saying something quick, and then we're going to Aston.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm just saying that, like, Biggs, I disagree with that entirely. Like, I think that's a very conservative mindset where it's like you want something that's just going to reinforce your little echo chamber. But there are people that, but there are people that are receptive to new information to help them make a better strategic decision.
Can Can we not expect slightly higher bar from the United States president, who's got all the world's best experts around him?
I don't
but
know.
instead, I'm going to listen to.
I'm going to
listen to the drunk man.
Our current president's a fucking vegetable, basically.
I'm going to listen to the.
Okay, everybody, quiet. Aston.
Okay, so a couple of things here. First of all, obviously, Biggs, that's a weird sort of like deflection, right? Like, you both agree that we should have higher standards for the president of the United States. Further, you say that it's human nature, and I think that that's not true. I think a lot of us are skeptical of ourselves. That's literally part of being self-aware, is like we are very skeptical of the biases that exist in our own mind.
When you take into context of all we know about Trump, who's been a yes man type of person.
Let me.
I'm just saying, you have to take into context.
Let him finish.
That's one of the parts of being a sentient creature.
It's likely that this is what was happening with the president. We can come up with whatever reason he came to do what he did. That's fucking fine. But the point is it was stupid and bad for the reasons that we were pointing out right now, right? We're not saying that it isn't normal for Donald Trump to listen to people that say yes to him. Of course it is. Have you watched him? Obviously, that's what he did. And obviously, there were people around him who would inflate their political careers by saying yes to him. But there were also plenty of people around him that were biting the fucking bullet. His own attorney general that was with him through 2 fucking clear impeachments, or 1 clear impeachment, sorry. Was the Mueller report? No, the Mueller report was first. Doesn't matter. The point is like people all around him were saying no, so it's not reasonable for us to go, oh, well, it was reasonable for him to do this. Further, when we go into the memo, the point was that they weren't requesting more, but if you actually go into the timeline of the day, which you would have heard of through the hearing, before they stormed the Capitol, there were requests from inside of the White House from people in positions, including Mike Pence, to reinforce, and they were waved away. So whether or not, like, okay, do we want to say the DC cop, the DC police force mayor should have said, I request infinite troops, I request infinite help? Maybe, sure, that's fine. You want to lay that blame, that's fine. But the bigger blame goes to when we try to push the button, there was somebody holding our hand to make sure that we couldn't. And that is the actual problem here, right? Like we're mad because we're not mad because, okay, if Trump just didn't predict correctly and he said, oh, I didn't think any of this happens, that would be like, okay, well, within reason. But he actively engaged in the act of not stopping the insurrection of the Capitol, even though people at the time, at the day, he was literally aware of the whole fucking thing, as was shown through the hearings. If you watch them, they have recordings of people literally telling him, yo, we need to do something about this right the fuck now. So, like, at what point do we get to hold him accountable for his actions?
So I would say that if that was the case, and then eventually Pence was the one that ended up calling the National Guard. So why are you saying that Trump stopped him from doing that beforehand?
Yes.
Because it seems to me that you're saying that because he made no action that it was a.
Not that he would. No, I didn't say he made no action. I said he made.
He didn't do any action, right? What? So like he didn't do anything from the time of the actual Capitol breach in about 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. He did not do anything. Correct. That's what we understand from the thing, right?
And then a lot of supporting statements.
I'm trying to tell you that's not true. And you're trying to assert
what's true. Okay. So what happened?
So actually, he tweeted from 2 to 4 to the rioters. He was tweeting at them.
What was that? To what?
The Mike Pence thing.
The go peacefully or that thing that was at.
You could watch the hearing.
I know.
You can just watch the hearing.
Also,
I watched the first 2 parts.
I just want to say,
watch the last part.
Why are we accepting?
I didn't watch the one that was yesterday.
Why are we accepting that Trump just gets to behave like a geriatric toddler? Like we're just supposed to accept that's a tolerant.
He doesn't have to do anything.
Well, no, okay, but again,
it would be
you
good
should.
If he did, right?
It would be.
He didn't stop anybody from doing
it. Would be good.
I don't think there's any evidence that he actually prevented anybody from stopping anything. To me, it seems that it should have been stopped from the start. But again, that didn't happen, right? So we ended up happening was the people got into the Capitol for 2 hours,
and he encouraged them.
And then okay.
Fucking
I'll have to look into it at the time. I'll have to look more into that.
When he was at the end of his speech and he said, "Don't go," and if you
said
go,
peacefully march,
peacefully.
whatever. Yes,
No,
but anyway,
there was a tweet where he was actually saying like.
Okay, so if that's the case, then he should be brought on charge of incitement. If that's the case.
Yeah.
It's kind of like when you
my
when you have
understanding
like
is
okay, sorry.
that the people came to the Capitol. The Capitol was undefended for whatever reason, right? For whatever, I think it was a negligence personally, right? They got into the Capitol. They were in there for about 2 hours, from 2 to 4. Then they brought in the National Guard, and they were out by 6 or 7, and they certified the election. Correct?
Right.
Right.
I mean, there's more that happened than that.
Okay,
yeah.
but can I just say?
I mean, there was other stuff that happened, right? There was people that there was some
point,
people that did more things. There was people that actually broke into Pelosi's office. There was the fucking crazy shaman, whatever, fucking bison dude on the fucking thing, whatever. Yeah.
There were all the staff.
They should have took her. They should have took her hard drive, man. There would have been some good.
Nobody but Ashley Babbitt died.
Very edgy.
Directly in result of the Capitol riots. Okay. We have. I agree that it's all bad, right? I agree that people breaking into the Capitol and all that stuff is bad. But my issue is we're not going to ever get the actual facts
can I just
of why
ask?
the Capitol was undefended.
Biggs,
what
this
actually
is really
happened along
this
the
is
way.
really sad cope, my man. Because this is
no.
Look, would it be okay for him to have passively allowed a coup attempt?
Passively
to
what? Passively what?
You're saying he didn't actively try and stop, right? But he just didn't do anything about the situation.
He literally said peacefully.
Okay, yeah,
speech,
at 4 or whatever.
Okay,
yeah.
If you want to say that he dog whistled shit that didn't actually happen,
no.
I'm saying
I'm saying you're denying that
he literally believed
no,
he did
dude.
Not
you're literally saying.
don't agree with.
Please stop. Okay. So I want to hear what Kevin has to say. Okay.
So no, I wasn't arguing that point with you, Biggs. I'm saying you're claiming that he didn't actively stop the National Guard from going in, but he just passively did nothing about the situation for 2 hours. Would that be okay? Would that be an acceptable bit of behaviour from a fucking president?
According to what I've looked into, he was trying to have things in place ahead of time that were denied for whatever reason.
Well, just coke then, just more coke.
No, I mean if that's the case, if that's the case that he literally said don't literally stop people from intervening, then I would have a huge problem with that because I don't want that to happen.
Okay.
I mean, it's just
that
weird
usually,
hearing.
But the
it's
issue,
weird hearing conservatives lament, or they're saying, "Oh, well, he wasn't obligated to do anything. He didn't have to send reinforcements. He didn't have to, whatever." Because they felt the complete opposite during Benghazi, because they held how many fucking hearings about Hillary Clinton claiming she didn't do. Oh, but she didn't send aid. She didn't do this thing. She willfully ignored. All of a sudden, it's the most horrible thing in the world, and they have her sit for 11 hours under testimony where she didn't answer anything with the Fifth Amendment once.
Can I just say, but at least she had the balls to actually turn up, unlike Donald Trump. Just saying.
Yeah, and on top of that, this is such a ridiculous. We're doing this thing, but we have we're going. Well, we can never know, which is always this weird thing that anti-intellectuals do. When the reality is they on air showed us copious evidence of people contacting him, of people telling him, not even just days before people were telling him that there would be a violent riot. His aides told him this. People were literally going, "We're going to have to invoke the 25th Amendment."
So if everybody knew, why were they not prepared for it? If everybody knew,
because he's the president of the United States.
No. If everybody knew, don't you believe that everybody would know, including the, DC police and the Congress and Mike Pence and Nancy Pelosi? Don't you think everybody would have known if that's the case?
Except for the president of the United States, actually, again, you're asking people to invoke something that has literally been invoked.
No, I'm asking you why. Why did they, if they knew all this stuff was possible, why did they not? Okay, go ahead.
Exactly why they didn't, but you're not letting me because it's a way to deflect.
I'm sorry.
So basically, again, you're asking for a precedent that has never been set before, where active people took power from the president of the United States' ability to do things, right? It was him that was actually, even though all of his aides were telling him this is a lie, this could incite violence. Obviously, how am I supposed to say to the president of the United States, I really think this is going to incite violence given all of this copious amounts of evidence, and he says no? And then what are you supposed to do? Oh, well, I mean, that's cool, but I have all this evidence. And he goes, I don't care. He literally did this to multiple staff members. You have Attorney General Barr literally saying that there would have been violence. And so we're going to just pretend like, oh, it's okay because he didn't think it was going to happen. But then on the day when it happened, when people were violent, when people were rioting, he sat there and did nothing while people were contacting him furiously. Mike Pence tried to get the National Guard in there multiple times, and we're just supposed to sit there and go, oh, well, he doesn't have to do anything. I mean, he's only the fucking president of the free world. Like, no big deal. Like, what is this?
Time out. He's not the president of the free world. You can...
Sorry.
Come on now.
All right.
Sorry. He kind of is,
all,
though.
I mean, if you want to say that they were like the poor preparation, okay, but like what happened when the Capitol was being breached and when they were moving into the building, that was when Trump didn't tell the crowd to stand down. He didn't call any of his the people who were involved with like the Department of Homeland Security or anything like that. And then it was eventually Pence that had to go and call the National Guard. Because it's not usually, I don't think it's usually the vice president's job to do that. While that was happening, Trump was tweeting that Mike Pence didn't have the courage to protect our country and all that shit, like while it was happening. So
normally
like,
it's what you're doing.
What you're doing is
and even the District of DC.
What you're doing is you're
constructing.
Okay, well, stop. Okay, I can't hear anything when both of you are talking at the same time. Fabian hasn't said anything forever, so I'm going to give it to Fabian.
What you're doing is you're constructing from a one-sided investigation, witness testimony to try and construct a timeline while not allowing the other half to actually meaningfully be a part of that investigation or to draw their own witnesses or to subpoena, I don't know, Nancy Pelosi's text messages that like could prove like if there's proof that Nancy Pelosi like didn't try and stop anything, then why is that evidence not presented? Like she could just as easily show the text messages and show that information. The problem is that
because she doesn't have the fucking authority in the goddamn first place. That's like me saying, well, I never disapproved. So
what you're doing is you're attempting what you're attempting to do is construct a timeline based off of one half of the argument and then say, well, we know these things to be fact because we have copious evidence. Like this isn't a trial. You're not on the jury and you're not, and there's no defense. Right? It's like you said
oh, this fucking guy. Look, this guy actually supports the fucking rioters. Why are we taking this prick's word seriously on any of this? Fuck this guy.
It's like you said, it's not a trial.
I wanted to point
Jesus.
out.
I can't. Okay, wait, stop. You're all talking over each other. You're all barbarians, every single one of you. We're gonna just do ending statements. It's getting near the third hour anyway, so we should be wrapping up. Actually, it's getting on the fourth hour.
Yeah, I was about to say, yeah, we did nearly 4 hours.
Yeah, we did nearly 4 hours. So we're gonna start with Maddie since it looks like Maddie wants to talk. So we'll start with Maddie for outros.
Great. So just wanted to say that normally the National Guard response is managed by the governor of a state. Given that DC is not a state, their rules are a bit different. And the mayor of DC, so like that can manage the city response, has no authority or jurisdiction over federal buildings. So like, just do your basic civics homework, my guy. Just like read a Wikipedia page for Christ's sake, for one time, so honestly, that we can skip over this bullshit and have a substantive discussion instead of just like telling you things that you could read on a
Maddie might have the biggest balls of all of us. I'm telling you.
Yeah. January 6th. The commission, I guess, it's good to bring certain things to light. I don't know if it's going to have any substantive outcomes in terms of convictions. I certainly hope it does, but I'm not super optimistic because the Biden administration and the Biden run, Merrick Garland run Justice Department don't seem that keen on making too many waves, which is disappointing because I'd like to see there be accountability where it's needed, especially with those who are involved who are also elected officials. And yeah, I guess in this outro, we're doing our like formal outro as well. Hi, I'm Maddie Cakes. I stream on Twitch as Maddie Cakes _. I helped found a digital agency that works with a number of Democratic, congressional, senatorial, and statewide races. We are sprinting through the midterms right now, and I feel pretty good about them. So come say hi. I'm also on Twitter and Instagram as Madsmaru, MADSMARU. And I'm just fucking correct. So you're welcome.
Based.
Preacher?
Yeah, January 6th committee hearings, completely worthless. Just a political grandstand for the left. That's all it's going to be. If we're going to talk about what we should learn, maybe we should learn what Nancy Pelosi's position does, especially with her controlling a sergeant of arms who controls Capitol security. Just saying, if we're going to tell people to study things, maybe we should all study something. We could say that she didn't refuse Trump's order only because Trump's not the one that requested it, but so we could twist it around any way we want. The problem is, none of it's going to come up in the hearings. None of the stuff that really matters is going to come up. It's just going to be Trump bad, boo, boo, boo. Let me tell you something. As much as the left hates Trump, if they had evidence that they could get him locked up with, they're not going to have a big committee. They're going to have his ass in jail. They don't have it. It's not going to happen. This is just a political grandstand. They're trying to cover their ass because the midterms, their ass is going to get handed to them, and 2024, it's going to get handed to them. Why? Because we see what their policies do to this country. We see our gas prices. We see our empty shelves at the stores.
Just coke.
We see inflation. So
just
every policy that the Democrats have put to work has failed. This is their one thing that they can hope to win on, and January 6th committee is a joke. It's a horrible joke. You can't even laugh at this one. It's like it's the worst joke ever. But that's what the left has. Nothing but horrible jokes.
What the fuck?
Maddie? We know already to Maddie. Tiberius?
Yeah, so I'll put it this way, because I didn't watch a lot of this thing. I'm not going to act like I'm an expert on this. I have heard everything from Trump just didn't do anything. He was absolutely, not even involved. To Trump was dancing on top of the presidential desk, proclaiming he was about to be proclaimed emperor. So, I'm not an expert when it comes to this kind of thing. I do not have the power of subpoena to actually investigate this. But here's the thing. If the Democrats were actually competent, they would not be going after January 6th. They'd be going after the January 2nd phone call to Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger about how he basically, and this is on this is on video or audio, how he pressured him into trying to change the vote totals for the 2020 election. That's all you need to pursue. That was real. It's on phone call. We all heard it. But no, you didn't even touch it. You're going after a thing which, on most precedent, unless Donald Trump is on recording saying, storm there and kill everybody, you're never going to get away with that kind of thing. So, once again, the Democrats prove that they're massively fucking incompetent in almost everything that they do. And the Republicans need to figure out, hey, who do you actually want representing yourself? Because no matter where you come out of this, Donald Trump looks fucking incompetent, he looks stupid, and absolutely moronic, if not a totalitarian wannabe dictator. So, yeah, let's not put him up in 2024. Let's put somebody a little better up, somebody with some competency, somebody with some fucking decency. You know what, Dan Crenshaw, 2024, let's fucking go.
Decency, Dan Crenshaw.
Yeah, we're gonna throw it over to Fabian.
Absolute joke stuff. Oh, this is going to
I'd
be
like
dumb.
To start by saying
this is going to be dumb.
I support everything that Hassan Piker said about Dan Crenshaw, first and foremost. Secondly, what I am most concerned about is how scared and how cowardly conservatives are. The fact that they have, and especially the GOP, the fact that they have allowed the media and the Democrats to spin this narrative of the atrocities of January 6th, where they're like, of course we don't support these things. Oh my God, it was so bad. Oh my God, it was the worst thing. Like, we don't want to be a part of this. Like, maybe you guys are going a little too far, and allowed them to control the narrative, which is that Texas v. Pennsylvania was pushed aside, that there was never a good investigation on Detroit's voting that came in, that there was never a good investigation on what occurred in Atlanta, that there was never a good investigation of how much ballot harvesting occurred in Michigan, that we just forgot about the investigation in Arizona that found 55,000 votes in question in a state that Biden supposedly won by 11,000 votes.
Is he talking about cyber ninjas?
Michigan certifiers had their lives
threatened. Is he talking about cyber ninjas?
They went ahead with the certification. certification process anyways, despite them having credible evidence that the only reason that they did so was because their children and their lives were threatened. The fact that 18 out of the 19 bellwether counties were counties that Donald Trump won, and statistically almost impossible in that regard unless you have a lot of fortification of the elections, and that the demographic polls and exit polls don't match, that there's obviously massive amounts of issues with this, and they allowed them to push this so fucking far that now they're right on the cusp of being able to do something with the Voting Rights Act, which would make it illegal for private companies at the behest of states to do any type of investigation on election fraud, and instead would be handled by the same state agencies that are on record as having fired people for the crime of finding out that they're Republicans, as well as it would move all gerrymandering cases to DC, right? This is the type of shit that they're pushing, and the fucking coward conservatives and the coward GOP that can't just have the balls to admit that that Bobbitt was a fucking martyr, and that they should have done fucking more, and that the entire idea that we should condemn this horrible violence, and yet you still bring up all of the whataboutisms. You still bring up BLM. You also still bring up the fact that the Kavanaugh hearings had people bust in too. But because this one was the Republicans and it was oh so dangerous and oh so bad, and a couple of cops got their asses kicked, all of a sudden it was the worst crime ever fucking committed, when instead it was just a bunch of people that were insanely fucking pissed off about the corruption of their government and the illegitimacy of their election processes and the inability for us to know who fucking won that election. We still don't know who won that election, but you're so fucking afraid of being accused of harmful misinformation that you can't just spit fucking facts. I'm Fabian Liberty. I'm Scott from Fabian Liberty. We're an anarcho-capitalist duo stream. We look at news, we look at politics, we read philosophy sometimes. Occasionally, once a month, we do Serial Killer Night, and occasionally once a month, we do D&D. Recently, we've been doing interviews. We interviewed Buck Angel. We interviewed Tula Bar, known as Richie, D-Trans Male. We interviewed columnists from the post-millennial hardcore turf. We've been doing that for Pride. Come by, learn something. This Thursday, we'll be interviewing Brian McWilliams from Lions of Liberty. Out.
Kevin?
Well, I'm glad I get to follow Alex Jones. That's awesome. That was one of the dumbest things I've ever heard. The winner of the 2020 election was Joseph Robinette Biden. Anything else is fucking cope. Sad, spineless cope. Get over yourselves. Whew. The January 6th commission will probably go nowhere because, unfortunately, I don't think the Democrats have the backbone to necessarily do criminal prosecutions, and that's, unfortunately, the very sad aspect of this. Also, I just wanted to say that Rudy Giuliani is one of the funniest human beings in the history of mankind. I've enjoyed his testimony enormously, and Benny Thompson's voice is like a rich, creamy butter I want to swim in forever. I'm KF Logan. You can follow me, KF Logan 1875 here on Twitch or on social media. Peace out.
Okay.
Throw it over to Loner.
Yeah, that was really impressive, Fabian. I've actually kind of learned a bit recently that when you're dealing with a conspiracy theorist, especially one who just kind of vomits out all their facts about voter fraud, like right at the end, you maybe just have to take on one. So you mentioned, I've only got time for one. You mentioned the Arizona discrepancies. I think you said it was 50,000 of them in the audit. When I heard Fuentes say it was 75,000, so I guess the number's a bit fluid. Yeah, that audit that was done by the group called Cyber Ninjas that was founded by a pro-Trump supporter.
Cyber Ninjas!
A group of people who had no experience in auditing votes. When the Republican majority Maricopa County Board hired two separate firms to investigate the same votes, they found no irregularities. It's a complete, like, nothing. And every single electoral, like, voter fraud claim you find takes about, like, is about this deep. That's why they all folded like wet socks in front of the Supreme Court. The Republican majority Supreme Court, and that's why they said they had no standing. So, and that's why also people like Sydney Watson, Sydney, what the fuck was her name? Kraken, crazy lady, basically had to run on the defense that no reasonable person could ever take what she was saying seriously. Trump, it's funny how like Republicans are cowards, but then also Trump said go peacefully after the speech. He did say go peacefully. He said go peacefully after spending 2 months undermining every institution in the United States and basically building a world where storming the Capitol is actually the only logical conclusion. His followers knew that. Fabian knows that. That's what his whole narrative was about leading his voters towards. You're right. The hearing is not a trial. it's a hearing, and if the Republicans want to present their own case, I'm sure they can. They can bring the Kraken back, and they can subpoena Democrats if they want, and make a billion claims, and then turn up like anywhere near a court, and then just fold like they did with the electoral fraud. Whatever. Like, yeah, I think breaking into the Capitol building to try and subvert and the electoral process because you were sad about the result is pretty cringe. I'm actually quite happy with all the other conservatives on the panel who know it for what it was. Thanks, guys.
Biggs?
Yeah, so I, like I said, I watched the first hearing, January 6th hearing on last Thursday, and I watched a little bit of the one on Monday. Basically, everything that I was promised from the media, there's going to be all these revelations and stuff like that, basically didn't happen. I don't think there's anything that's actually going to come of this. I don't think there's going to be any indictments or anything like that that's actually going to matter. Again, it seems to me that this is basically a prosecution with no defense. There's no counter-examination. There's no cross-examination of any of the witnesses. It's basically just a facade. To me, it seems like the Democrats are trying to make a last-ditch effort to try to push for the midterms, basically anything they can to discredit the Republicans. But I'm actually not a Republican in general. I'm more of an independent myself. But the issue I do
except
have
he's run every fucking talking point is GOP, legitimate. But he's not a Republican, guys. No, of course not. Don't be silly.
Of this investigation.
Why would anyone think that?
Based on what we actually know happened, I think there's going to be a whole lot of stuff.
Look at that! It's so early now. There's fucking light out the window.
Stuff about the 2 bombs that were placed the night before. We basically don't know anything about who planted those. We don't know why there was no Capitol security in place ahead of time when we knew basically, all the lefties on the panel basically admitted that they knew that there was going to be some big event that was going to happen on January 6th. So why were the Capitol Police not prepared for that? And things like that. So
it's an interesting thing that it's basically it's the Democrats that are really to blame for the Trump attempt at a coup.
But I would like to
overturn the election of Biden.
Committed a crime on January 6th.
The Democrats wanted that.
The full extent of the law. I don't agree with people trying to subvert democracy, regardless of what they believe at the time. I think we need to, in the future, based on what we've seen in even the primaries recently, we need to make sure we have elections be more basically trusted by the people, and I think we're losing that. And I think that's the bigger issue here. We need to make sure that elections are.
Well, I wonder who's undermining people's confidence in elections. Who's doing that? I wonder.
But again, thank you, Dylan, for having me on. Basically, I'm mostly on Twitter now at Biggs8500. I do stream occasionally at Biggs8500 on YouTube and Twitch. So thank you very much, Dylan. I appreciate it. And thank you all the panelists. You guys are all awesome and respectful. You guys all have a great
I'm not respectful.
Wrap us up.
I'm not respectful at all.
All right. Yeah. I mean, this whole pseudo-intellectual, anti-intellectual shit is always annoying. You ever notice that there's this weird pattern? Like earlier, when I asked for any sort of evidence that the LGBTQ community hurts children, we couldn't find it. Now I'm asking for evidence. Hey, do you have any evidence that any of these things that you guys are claiming that the Democrats are going to overlook exist? You don't? Because they would exonerate all the Republicans involved. And it's really weird that they don't present them if those are the things that we'd miss and there's some whole side of the story that we don't know. It's all just cope. We all know that it's cope. We all know that if we go through, that's why Fabian Liberty waits till the end to kind of throw out a billion different conspiracy theories so he can sound like he knows what he's talking about. But if we took the time to even sit through any of them, like Lonerbox did in literally 2 minutes, you can actually find out they're all not true. And he knows they're not true. Kind of how we knew that study that he brought up with the trans thing, the only study he could bring up that brought harm, by the way, was like we already knew what it was because we know the methodology, we know what parts.
Go follow this lad.
It's a pattern. if you can't see the pattern of the pseudo-intellectuals that don't actually know how inflation works, clearly because they think these policies have things to do with it, when every like modern economist says other things, or they don't know how experimental psychology works, or even they don't know what was in the hearings that they said that they watched, even though those hearings went over the things that we said, including parts like other people trying to stop the trying to get security for Washington.
Go and check this lad out.
People trying to convince Trump not to continue to incite violence. People
check him out myself. Maybe have a convo
like
at some
even
point.
His own daughter.
Because he seems pretty
based. These things, but we're going to ignore all of that and do the
I'll be raiding into him at some point if the timings work. Because I don't know,
guessing game where we can never
I don't know when he usually
anything.
streams,
and we have to look at all that mountain of evidence that we have. Nah, who knows? There could be an even bigger mountain of evidence over here that for some reason leaves no physical imprint in reality.
True.
I don't know, dude. These things get so divorced from reality. I know that everybody here is kind of doing a character and this is all kayfabe, but do you guys like actually buy into this shit? It's really wild. I invite anybody to sit down and explore any of these claims. We can have an open discussion. We can talk. We can see what evidence exists and where we're coming from, because I'm always open to have a discussion, but we got to stop just making bullshit up, especially when like I mean, you could just talk to any expert in any of these fields, including the people that certified the election that were pro-Trump, like his staff. So anyways, let's move on. My name's Aston Mac. I stream at Aston Mac TV. You can find me here on Twitch. If you like to see what praxis looks like instead of all this like online rhetoric talk, and you want to know how you can get involved in your community to actually change the material outcomes of the people around you, let's chat. We can talk about things that work on the ground, because one of the weird things that we weirdly agree on with the conservatives is that government isn't working for us right now. And in order to get what we should be getting from government, maybe we need to create some parallel structures that service the community instead. While we wait for policies that'll get held up forever because people think people shouldn't have rights or whatever. So check me out, Aston Mac TV on Twitch. I'm also Mac Aston on Twitter. I'm like literally one of 2 Astons in the fucking country. If you can't find me, you're not looking. Thanks.
True.
Thank you all for coming on to a 4-hour episode of the Hippy Dippy Roundtable. You all have a blessed weekend. I'm going to be on the move again. So see you guys wherever else be streaming from next. Thanks again for everybody for coming.
Bye-bye.
Have a good one.
Bye-bye, everybody.
Thanks for having me.
Bye. Yes, we should.
Bye.
Well, that was fun.
And I am done. Fuck me. Oh, that was a whole fucking thing that just happened right there, my friends. Fuck me dead. That was Jesus fucking Christ. Oh, that libertarian cunt. Fuck me dead. That he is just an insufferable twat. Isn't he? What a fucking wanker. Like, almost every fucking thing he said was wrong, or just kind of evil. Like everything. Like the other conservatives, like I feel like I could talk to them, like they're normal people. I disagree with them on fucking everything, obviously, but like I feel like I could have a conversation over a cup of tea or a stein of beer, perhaps. Whereas that guy is just fucking. Like, he's literally like, the US government didn't get me to sign off on the spending of the taxes. Oh, for fuck's sake. Like, are you 7? Do you know how civilization fucking works? Oh. Yeah, I saw the polls going on. The space trebuchet or whatever the fuck it was. Oh, you people are incredible. Anyway, I've got lots of fucking notifications to get through. There's a lot of shit going down. I'll try and get through these as quickly as possible for you all, and then I'll let you go. Where were we? I got to Freems, didn't I? So Freems raided 71 bits from Jim Speak. Thank you very much. Thank you, Cassian Eves, for resubscribing. Much love to you. Thank you, Insomnia Noir, for subscribing. Thank you, Balvar P, for gifting a sub to Jim Speak. Thank you, Dankprol, for 4 months. You said, God, he's an insufferable prick. I hope you're referring to probably the Libertarian, or you could be referring to me. And I'll be honest with you, that's fine. Like, I can be. That's okay. I'll take that criticism on board. And also tell you to go fuck yourself. But that's not the point. Thank you, Duba131, for subscribing. Much love. Thank you, Dr. Lewis, with 33 bits. It says, choo choo, question mark. That did indeed get the hype train going. And by the way, thank you, everyone, for the successful hype train. Much love to you all. Thank you, Wayward Historian, with... I've just literally just fucking punched my little mini fan, which is annoying. Thank you, Wayward Historian, for gifting 1,003 bits, which is a very suspiciously odd, not round number. Thank you, Irizolo Dave in North London, with 413 bits, who says 413 bits, which is delicious. Thank you, HC Sparky. Hollow132. Oh, there's loads of you. Fuck me dead. I Like Pie. Lefty Edward. Gaius Truths. Favourite Tag. Cherry Stash. Khaki Plays. Waxed. Project 454 and Wilder Than Thou for following. Welcome to the Kevolution, one and all. Thank you, Wayward Historian, for giving us sub to Evil Rob. Evil Rob Bot. No, Robot, you cunt. Why can't I fucking read? Evil Robot Jeff. Much love. Thank you, Wayward Historian, for gifting a sub to Nexus of Midnight. And thank you to Googie Shilling for gifting a sub to Khaki Plays. Much fucking love to you all. You people are delicious bastards. That was a thing. Evil Robbot. I read it right. Yeah, I'm an idiot. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Lewis, with 133 bits, who says, not 33, you cunt. What the what? What did I do? What? 133 bit? What did I do? I don't know what mistake, what was made? What was said? I can't. Yeah, to be fair, yes, it is 5 o'clock in the fucking morning. And to be fair, like, it was 133, not 33. Apologies. 133 bits, Dr. Lewis. Much love to you. To be fair, though, it is extraordinarily late. Now, I know when I've got one of these, and I know I'm doing it in advance, I can adjust my sleep accordingly. But because I did the happy hour, and literally as soon as the happy hour ended, I just checked my Discord, and I got the message from fucking from Danabo about the thing, right? So I was like, I hadn't prepared either for the topics at hand beforehand, really. Although I did have a couple of hours, so I went through some bits, and my sleep was all over the place. I haven't slept. Yeah. Thank you to Khaki Plays with 100 bits. We're close to a second hype train of the stream, which is ridiculous. But thank you enormously to everyone. Just count it as waking up early and carry on with the stream. Well, do a whole new stream, yeah. Anyway, I've got a fantastic show for you all, guys. I feel like I'm fucking high. It's just sleep deprivation. Anyway, yeah. I'm gonna fuck off. So Keffels was partially right. About what? What have I missed? What did Keffels get partially right? I'm confused. You've got to bear in mind, look, my mind doesn't work properly at the best of times, and this is not the best of times. I've just had to deal with an absolute twat for 4 fucking hours talking shite, and it's 5 in the morning. Inside references are going to be beyond me at this point. I don't know what you mean. Thank you, Claire de Montrath. See, how can I get that name basically correct, but I couldn't pronounce the word fucking robot? Thank you with 100 bits. You say choo choo, and indeed you have started a hype train. Much love. The booking. Oh, so right, yeah, I'm with you. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, yes, she was kind of right. Having someone as toxic as that motherfucker on, and he's on that show pretty regularly, it is not a great idea, I think. yeah, he's a pretty wank individual. Like, his anti-trans stuff was bad, and then he's like, actually, they should have done more. They should have murderized all of the people. Like, he's a pretty whack individual, you know? Like, that's... I don't think... Genuinely, I think I made the point during the show, if I recall correctly, which I may not do, that I didn't think it was particularly responsible platforming to have someone like that on there. And it's not... Obviously, look, he's been on there a dozen fucking times, you know? Like, he's... Dylan knows who this man is, and he's trash. Evil Rob Bot. Thank you, yes. Those are just evil robots, though, yeah. So the AI generator agrees with Kev-Kev. Rob-bot and robot are basically the same thing. So I'm correct. I'm right on this. Also, I've just realised my voice is... It's odd. After you finish a stream like this, you realise you've been running on a kind of... almost like adrenaline, I think, for quite some time. And so, like, you don't realise... A, how tired you were, and B, my voice box now is starting to hurt. I think the adrenaline was like overpowering the potential pain of my throat, and now that that's kind of subsided post debate, my fucking voice, I feel like I'm a fucking frog now. I'm just croaking. Yeah. Small government, no taxes, but the military to check if someone is wearing a dress. Well, Dr. Lewis, this is the point. I wanted to ask him, and unfortunately I got cut off, which, I mean, that happens in streams like this. It's, you know, it's a thing. He said, like, oh, I don't want to have laws, because, like, he wants to try and still continue to do the, like, libertarian street cred thing, or the ANCAP street cred thing, by saying... he didn't want laws to be passed about this because, like, that's the government, that's the state, that's blah blah blah, right? But he was literally, how would that be enforced then? In his world, how would any of this be enforced? And that's unfortunately the problem, I think, with a lot of actual anarchism, and then whatever ANCAPism is, it's not really anarchism, is that how would one enforce them? And I'm not entirely sure there's a mechanism for that. But especially in his world, where it's like literally just dog eat dog, fuck everyone's an individual, how would you stop any of this? How in your world would you go about stopping a man wearing a dress? Like, if me accidentally treading on your front lawn is me aggressing upon you and breaking the nap, and therefore you can shoot me dead, what about someone, like, trying to, I don't know, rip off someone's dress or something? Like, what the fuck? It's whack. Thank you, Wayward Historian with 1,848 bits, who says, finish the hype bits, get some sleep. Well, thank you. And it is, yeah, in terms of getting sleep, I like to have a little chat after one of these, because you kind of exist in a certain amount of adrenaline during a thing like that. Not like adrenaline like you're, I don't know, diffusing a fucking bomb or something, like it, but it's a kind of low level kind of nervous energy to the situation, which you need to kind of allow your body to sort of just chill and just like let that drain away, which can take, you know, an hour or two sometimes. So I'm just letting that just... I'm easing out of that thing. Anyway, yes. Well, the hype train's still going though, so I'm just going to wait for the hype train. I think I'm just going to wait for the hype train to end. So yeah. How did everyone think I did, by the way? It's difficult in the moment to really work out exactly what the performance as such was. Like, how did I do? Like, what were the good bits? What were the bad bits? I don't know. With anarchism, we can make dissension collectivity about what we are okay with and how we regulate things. It's got nothing to do with fascists like the guy in the panel. Well, that's why I made a clear distinction, hopefully clear enough anyway, that the ANCAPs aren't anarchists. They're just not. They're a joke. They're a farce. So yeah. so I don't throw in actual anarchists and actual libertarians, because again, the ANCAPs try and steal the word libertarian, but libertarian always meant anti-state, anti-capitalists, not anti-state pro-capitalists. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. If you're new, by the way, if you're new here, if you've come over from someone else's channel, you want to hit the follow button, that would be much appreciated. I stream, you know, not at this kind of time of day, Jesus Christ, no, but I do. I do some of these fucking panels, but I stream like news and video reactions and stuff. Mainly political stuff, to be honest, although I do cover a little bit of sport from time to time. Thank you, Dr. Lewis, for the 147 bits, who says, you did good, Kev. I didn't stomach everything, but I appreciated your fuck this asshat attitude. Well, thank you, yeah. It's difficult, look, I try and remain vaguely respectful, as long as they're not like a complete clown, and that guy was a total fucking clown. So I just, like he was making these points about the fucking Capitol riot and this and that, and I'm like, he literally supported the fucking rioters. Why are we listening to this prick on this topic? That's like allowing the fucking murderer to be on his own fucking jury. Like, it's ridiculous. Thank you, Micro102, for following. Much love to you. Welcome to the Kevolution. And by the way, Micro, you just tipped me over 2,900 followers. So that's pretty dope. Thank you, everyone, for the successful hype train. We've had two successful hype trains today on this stream, which is incredibly generous of everybody. I genuinely mean it. Your support is so amazing to me. The fact that anyone watches this shite is a beautiful thing. The fact that people support it is even better. Thank you, Rebranded Ham, with 500 just after the buzzer. So technically that's not a game winner, Rebranded Ham, but I appreciate the effort nonetheless. 500 bits. I've just shown up. I haven't seen, but if you engaged with an ANCAP, you deserve some recompense. Extra if it was Fabian. It was Fabian. The guy's a twat. But thank you for the bits. Much love to you. And Dr. Lewis with 123 bits. Yeah, I read that right, motherfucker. Who said, third go? Question mark. I don't know what you mean, third go. You Dr. Lewis, you are essentially slapping a baby at this point. You are saying confusing things to someone who is very tired. You are punching a baby in the face. I hope you feel good about yourself. You just gave me money and I'm like, fuck you. Oh, fuck me, I love all you people. Thank you, Karki Plays with 100 bits, who says, fourth go, question mark. Okay, now you're taking the piss, all of you. The fuck is going on here? Although, Karki Plays, you're new here. I get the feeling you're going to fit in very nicely. Yes. Yeah, I'm going to go to sleep now. I'll probably be back later today, I reckon. Probably tonight, doing something maybe. Or maybe not. I have no fucking idea at this point. I haven't got anything planned. So I'm going to go and sleep and then wake up and maybe there'll be a thing. Considering I'm not going to have much time to prepare a stream for later today, if anyone has anything they want me to take a look at on stream tonight, by all means, hit me up at the Discord, link below. In the stream suggestions part of the Discord, and yeah, post links and stuff, and I'll take a look at any old shit, frankly. I'm not the most fussy, if I'm entirely honest. Who is going on the Twitch machines? Who is going? Fuck. I'll send you over to Aston Mac. As they were going. Yeah. Yeah, I'll send you over to Aston. We'll do Carpe Packs another day, because he's doing 2 streams a day or some shit right now, which is pretty fucking intense, man. Good for him. Anyway, so we'll go into carpet packs another time. As Ashton, I think, performed admirably. Is it Ash? No, it's Aston, isn't it? Not Ashton. Aston Mac TV. I'll raid you all over there. Go and say hello. I don't know much about them outside of today because I'd literally never heard of them before today, but they seem extremely poggerific. Go and check them out. I'll have to go and check them out myself. I did follow midstream, so to speak, but yeah, maybe we'll have them on for a chat at some point. Anyway, I'll be back later today, probably. Thank you all for listening or watching. Thank you so much for your support. It's fucking incredible. You're beautiful people. No pass around.
Is like entirely derived from vibes.
Yeah.
So like it's good because I think that like as a debate technique that just is such an effective strategy to like pick them apart. 'Cause it's